Chapter 763, Legendary Quality. Before Shi Feng could even react, Thousand Transformations was already in Ciliora's hand. There, Thousand Transformations underwent massive changes. The mana in their surroundings suddenly began surging towards the flawed weapon. In Ciliora's hand, Thousand Transformations seemed as if it were alive. Is this the ability of a Grandmaster Forger? Shi Feng was surprised. Shi Feng had encountered other Grandmaster Forgers in the past. However, these Grandmasters would never display their abilities before commoners like himself. Hence, this was his first time witnessing a Grandmaster Forger's ability on display. A forger made weapons and equipment. Their understanding of weapons and equipment was most likely much greater than that of the users themselves. Despite this clearly being Ciliora's first time wielding Thousand Transformations, Shi Feng could sense that her compatibility rate with the flawed weapon was at an extremely frightening level. If the Abyssal Blade could display 80% of its true power while in Shi Feng's hand, then Thousand Transformations could display 120% of its true power while in Ciliora's. This scene fascinated Fire Dance too. Thousand Transformations was a short sword. Even though Ciliora was clearly not an assassin, Thousand Transformations seemed more like a living being rather than an inanimate object as she wielded it. When Ciliora gave Thousand Transformations a few casual swings, the flawed weapon sent ripples through space. Despite having already lost most of its power, Thousand Transformations still managed to tear through the space within the house, leaving behind numerous pitch-black spatial rifts. Even with Killing Ray, Shi Feng's swings could never achieve such a standard. In the next moment, Fire Dance suddenly unsheathed the true fire blades that hung at her waist, brandishing them. As she swung the weapons, her body movements contained not a single bit of excess motion. The speed of the true fire blades suddenly increased sharply, Fire Dance's attack speed accelerating significantly. Moreover, her attacks were no longer as rigid as before. They now seemed much more relaxed. What? Shi Feng was thunderstruck. Fire Dance had only watched Ciliora do a few swings, yet she actually managed to break through the final barrier and officially set foot into the realm of top-tier experts. Her power of comprehension was simply too frightening. So this is the refinement realm. No wonder I never could win against guild leader. There was actually such a large gap between us. Fire Dance was still reliving the pleasure she felt just now as she looked at the true fire blades in her hands. Shi Feng sighed with emotion at seeing Fire Dance officially enter the realms of refinement. He had spent many years before managing to set foot into the refinement realm. On the other hand, Fire Dance had succeeded in less than 2 months after coming into contact with God's domain. Her talent was simply extraordinary. Although some luck was involved in her achievement, luck was also a part of a person's strength. If it were anybody else, they probably couldn't set foot into this realm within such a short time. Now, Zero Wing finally had its second refinement expert. This would have an immense impact on Zero Wing's combat power. As soon as Fire Dance reached level 40, she would be able to equip both the Petrified Thorn and Thousand Transformations. At that time, even if Shi Feng was not around, Zero Wing would still be in existence that everyone would fear in Star Moon Kingdom. It would be great if Violet Cloud can set foot into the realms of refinement as well. Shi Feng was not particularly sure how far Fire Dance could reach in the future. With Violet Cloud, however, Shi Feng knew very clearly just how great a potential she had. Tier 6 God-ranked players were peak existences in God's domain. Not to mention a Tier 6 God-ranked player, if a first-rate guild managed to produce even one Tier 5 player, the guild would celebrate and hold feasts for days. In the past, after a decade of development in God's domain, the gap between first-rate guilds became extremely massive. Take Ouroboros for example. Even after 10 years had passed, the guild had not boasted a single Tier 6 God-ranked member, though there were quite a few Tier 5 players in the guild. As a result, Ouroboros was only middling among first-rate guilds. However, a first-rate guild that had a Tier 6 God-ranked member would be considered top-tier among first-rate guilds, even if the entire guild had only one Tier 6 God-ranked player and no Tier 5 experts. Meanwhile, due to Aqua Rose and her mage god friend, Unyielding Ice, Twilight Echo, which had similarly been a first-rate guild, succeeded in developing into a super first-rate guild back then, only a short distance away from becoming a super guild. This potential was the amazing part about Tier 6 God-ranked experts. As long as Violet Cloud and Aqua Rose continued striving, it was only a matter of time before the both of them set foot into the realms of refinement. After Celiora finished toying around with 1,000 transformations, she turned to Shifeng and asked, "Are you trying to get this short sword repaired?" "Hmichum. I've already prepared the materials needed to repair it." Saying so, Shifeng took out the 100 mana stones from his bag. "As your friend, I don't recommend you repair this sword," Celiora said seriously. "Although I am not sure what managed to destroy a flawed weapon like this, and although the divine runes engraved on 1,000 transformations are still mostly intact, this sword is already dead. Even if you repair it, the weapon won't be able to display its original strength. After all, flawed weapons are essentially failed products. I still wish to have it repaired. A damaged flawed weapon is still not bad." Shifeng naturally knew about the problem plaguing 1,000 transformations. This problem was the reason why Feather had switched out 1,000 transformations for a better weapon back then. However, 1,000 transformations was not an ordinary epic weapon. Even if it could not recover its peak state, it would still be significantly stronger than an ordinary epic weapon. "I'm not finished speaking. If you were to bring this thing to anybody else, they would repair 1,000 transformations and leave you with a barely usable weapon at most. However, after researching the broken steel set equipment forging design you left with me last time, I received plenty of inspiration and produced several weapons, gaining tremendous experience. The famed smith that made 1,000 transformations originally intended it to be a legendary weapon. However, due to some error in the forging process, the final result was unsatisfactory. Even so, the raw materials used to make 1,000 transformations were extremely precious legendary ranked materials. As long as I recast it, it might end up becoming a true legendary weapon," Celiora said proudly. "Recast into a legendary weapon?" Shifeng was stunned. He never imagined that Celiora actually possessed such remarkable capabilities. Legendary weapons were weapons that only famed smiths and craftsmen forgers could produce. The probability of a Grandmaster forger producing one was abysmally low. After playing God's Domain for over a decade, Shifeng had never once heard of a Grandmaster forger successfully producing a legendary weapon. "That's right. Of course, there are some risks as well. If the recasting fails, the weapon will naturally end up scrapped," Celiora said sternly. "What is the success rate?" Shifeng asked. Roughly 20%. How about it? Pretty high, right? An epic weapon has a 20% chance to become a legendary weapon. This is a trade that you'll never be able to find anywhere else, Celiora said as she puffed her chest out proudly. "I'll stick with repairing it," Shifeng said definitively. What a joke. Only a 20% chance of success meant an 80% chance of failure. If it were 3 or 5 years later, not to mention 20%, even if there was only a 5% chance, he would willingly take the gamble. Now, however, he could not afford to do so. Currently, the value of an epic weapon was in no way inferior to a legendary weapon. How could he possibly let Celiora turn one into scrap metal? Chapter 764, Epic Hidden Quest. Don't be in such a rush. I'm still not done speaking. Celiora wagged her finger at Shifeng as if she'd guessed his thoughts. Laughing softly, she added, "Although there is only a 20% chance for it to become a legendary weapon, that doesn't mean that the other 80% will be a failure." "What do you mean?" Shifeng asked uncertainly. Fire Dance didn't understand Celiora's words either. "I've already said that the materials used to produce 1,000 transformations are very high quality, but because of some small defects, it did not become a legendary weapon. If I recast it, then there is a 20% chance it will evolve into a legendary weapon, as well as a 50% chance it will become a fragmented legendary weapon but never an actual legendary weapon. As for the remaining 30%, the recasting will end up a complete failure, and 1,000 transformations will turn into scrap metal, Celiora explained slowly. Now you should understand what I'm trying to say, right? Are you sure you are fine with just repairing it? Shi Feng and Fire Dance were both stunned for a long time. Really? Shi Feng sought further confirmation, thinking that he had heard wrong earlier. Not to mention upgrading 1,000 transformations into a legendary weapon, just turning it into a fragmented legendary weapon was already an unbelievable notion. Currently, the various large guilds and major powers in God's domain were frantically searching for traces of epic weapons. Who knew whether they could even obtain one? Fragmented legendary items were practically godly weapons to players right now. It was just like the heavenly dragon's breath he had obtained, which could raise his personal combat power by a large margin. However, the heavenly dragon's breath was only a ring. If it were a weapon, the improvement it could bring him would be dreadfully high. Legendary items could give players the ability to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Tier 1 could go up against Tier 2, Tier 2 against Tier 3, and Tier 3 against Tier 4. Meanwhile, a fragmented legendary item might not allow players to challenge opponents one tier higher than themselves, but it would still increase a player's strength by a large margin. Although Fire Dance was already in the refinement realm and she possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1, she was still no match for a Lord-ranked monster of the same level at the moment. The purpose of combat techniques was to give players the ability to exert their own combat power. Take an ordinary player for example. Even if said ordinary player were fully geared in top-tier equipment and their system combat power value was at 1,000 points, so long as their combat techniques only allowed them to exert 20% of their combat power, then their actual combat power value was only 200 points. On the other hand, expert players could bring out more of their combat power in battle. An expert player who could exert 50% of their combat power in battle would have 300 points in actual combat power value when wearing shabby equipment and having a system combat power value of only 600 points. However, a person's combat power was only half of what determined a battle's outcome. The other half was external environmental factors. Ordinary players failed to exploit their surroundings. Expert players, on the other hand, were adept at using the environment to their advantage. This knack was another major difference between ordinary players and expert players. Should an ordinary player and an expert player of the same level fight against each other, the outcome of the battle was self-evident. Even if the expert player had poorer equipment, the victory would still belong to the expert player. Fire Dance's normal combat power was only at the peak of Tier 1. In a situation where she lacked any advantage in environmental factors or any special skills or tools, a frontal clash with a lord of the same level would only end in her loss. After all, Fire Dance's limit was the peak of Tier 1. Even if she could exert 100% of her combat power, defeating a lord-ranked monster, which was equivalent to a Tier 2 class, would be impossible for her. However, as long as Fire Dance equipped a fragmented legendary weapon, she would immediately gain the combat power of a Tier 2 class. She would then be capable of soloing a lord. What's your decision now? Celiora asked with a smile on her face. Since there's a 50% chance for it to become a fragmented legendary weapon, let's recast it, then. After giving it some thought, Shi Feng still decided to gamble. Not only was there a 50% chance to upgrade 1,000 transformations into a fragmented legendary weapon, but there was even a 20% possibility for the flawed weapon to become a true legendary weapon. Moreover, although epic weapons were currently extremely precious and could improve a player's combat power considerably, an epic weapon would not provide Fire Dance with the combat power she needed to go up against a lord, even if she wielded two epic weapons. Without the heavenly dragon's breath, Shi Feng's combat power would directly decrease by at least 40%. In such a case, he would not last even a single exchange with Sky of the Flower of Seven Sins. Such was the strength of fragmented legendary items. If Fire Dance could obtain one herself, rather than improvement, her strength would undergo a metamorphosis. If 1,000 transformations became a legendary item, once Fire Dance equipped it, her strength would most likely surpass even Shifeng's. Since you've already decided, then go prepare the materials. Celiora nodded. Sure enough, the game won't give away a fragmented legendary weapon so easily. Shifeng smiled bitterly. God's domain was particular about fairness. Gains and losses came in equal proportion. No matter how Shifeng thought about it, it was simply impossible for him to turn the broken sword he had casually picked up into a fragmented legendary weapon for no cost whatsoever. The mana stones should be sufficient already. However, it is extremely difficult to melt down legendary ranked materials. Although I have some of the materials I need here at my place, after conducting my previous few experiments, I've already used up all of my Inferno gold. Go and collect 10 more pieces of it for me, Celiora said, smiling. Her eyes gleamed as if she saw a rich tycoon when she looked at Shifeng. System, Epic Hidden Quest Recast 1,000 Transformations, accepted. Quest Content, collect 10 pieces of Inferno gold. Quest Reward, Celiora will recast the flawed weapon 1,000 transformations for you. 10 pieces of Inferno gold. Does it have to be this vicious? Shifeng felt his stomach aching when he heard the system notification. Guild leader, I've just checked, but there's no mention of Inferno gold on either the official forums or our guild's database. Where are we supposed to find this thing? Wanting to share some of Shifeng's burden, Fire Dance had searched through Zero Wing's database for Inferno gold. However, she came away empty-handed. God's domain had an extremely enormous amount of information for players to process. However, aside from basic information, the official game developers did not provide players with anything else. Players had to depend on themselves to search for the information they wanted through the libraries, ruins, and other such places. For convenience, the various large guilds had tasked individuals to collect information in the game after entering God's domain and compile it into a single database. The upper echelons of guilds could then search this database for the information they wanted. After Shifeng established Zero Wing, the guild naturally had tasked certain members with collecting all sorts of information and integrating it into the guild database. This was also the reason why players always crowded the entrance of libraries. Most of these players were not suited to battle but were suited to information gathering. They would also often visit the libraries of various cities to collect information, because the information stored in libraries were not uniform, with some libraries having information that other libraries did not. Only Zero Wing's members could access its database. However, the level of information available to them would also differ depending on the individual's rank within the guild. For example, as the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance had first-level authority to the guild database, which was beneath only Shifeng's top-level authority. Chapter 765, Grinding Field Bosses. Shifeng simply chuckled in response to Fire Dance's worries. Inferno Gold was beyond current players. Only Master Forgers or better could use Inferno Gold. It was used specifically to melt materials, particularly extremely rare materials such as those of epic or legendary rank. A single ingot was worth as much as an epic item as it was a necessary component in crafting epic and legendary items. In his previous life, Shifeng had often led teams to farm Inferno Gold. However, Inferno Gold was hard to find, and they had never managed to collect much at all. Only field bosses has a chance to drop the ingots. Moreover, the bosses had to be level 50 Great Lords or above. Level 50 Field Great Lords were extremely rare in God's domain. These monsters were walking treasure troves, so guilds with sufficient strength would dispatch their forces to kill these Great Lords upon encountering or receiving information on one. Meanwhile, Field Great Lord's Inferno Gold drop rate was not particularly high, averaging around 3%. Because Master Forgers needed the ingots to produce epic weapons, Inferno Gold's market price had only increased as time passed in the past. Scanning through Zero Wing's current database, it was natural that Fire Dance had not discovered anything regarding the valuable metal. She would find less than nothing if she scanned the internet. I need to find time to update the guild's database. Fire Dance's question had reminded Shifeng. In God's domain, players who joined guilds would have access to three main benefits: expert nurturing, the guild warehouse, and the guild's database. These benefits were also the three main criteria most independent players based their decisions on when choosing a guild. Needless to say, any guild that wished to grow stronger needed its own experts. However, it was extremely difficult to develop experts. Ordinary guilds would not have the necessary means, only first-rate guilds and above had the appropriate environment. After all, the task that required a lot of manpower and resources. It was as costly as the upkeep of an entire first-rate guild. Second-rate guilds' backgrounds weren't strong enough. Although second-rate guilds received financial support from corporations as well, they received far less funding than first-rate guilds. Maintaining normal operations already taxed their budgets. Second-rate guilds never had enough time or money to nurture experts. This was also the reason why there was such a massive gap between first-rate and second-rate guilds. Meanwhile, a guild's warehouse allowed members easy access to the equipment and items they needed. Unlike independent players, guild players did not need to purchase items from auction houses or trading firms. Usually, a guild warehouse also offered a wider array of items. A guild's database was even more valuable to players. Generally, players needed to look for clues regarding the whereabouts of quest-related items themselves, which required a lot of time. Fortunately, guilds usually had players who specialized in collecting such information. Guild members could easily obtain the information they needed by accessing the guild's database, saving precious time. This was one of the reasons that guild players leveled up much faster than independent players. Veteran guilds in the virtual gaming world would strike at these three factors when entering a new game. Hence, many players preferred joining well-known, long-standing guilds. However, there were differences between each guild's information. Moreover, collecting and registering information was not easy as it had to be transcribed in the guild's database by hand. Meanwhile, every library in God's domain contained an overwhelming amount of information. Transcribing it all into the guild's database was a vast project that needed a lot of manpower. Although Aqua Rose had invested a lot of effort into developing Zero Wing's database, at the end of the day, Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild that had only recently established. Naturally, it could not compete with other large guilds in terms of resources. Hence, its database was inferior to those long-standing guilds that had spread their roots throughout God's domain. Knowledge is power was a suitable term in God's domain. If Zero Wing's current database had even half of the information Shadow had 10 years ago, Zero Wing's strength would soar. Although Shifeng could not remember every shred of information Shadow had collected, he remembered how to acquire a few hidden quests and rare materials. If he recorded this information in the guild's database, it would be a massive help to Zero Wing's upper echelons and the Candlelight trading firm. Moreover, thanks to his Demon Hunter title, Shifeng was a world noble. He could easily visit the libraries of various major cities without needing to complete quests and grind for reputation. He could also take others with him into a library. With this, Zero Wing could send at least one person to every library in God's domain. The guild would be able to gather information even faster than a first-rate guild. It wouldn't be long before Zero Wing surpassed their first-rate neighbors. While Shifeng pondered, his system communicator rang. Phoenix Rain, who had not reached out to him for quite some time, waited for him to accept the call. Guild leader Black Flame, congratulations on your victory in the Stoneclaw Mountains. With this, you have stabilized Zero Wing's position in Stone Forest Town. Really though, you are full of surprises. You actually managed to join the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list. I doubt that there is any major power in God's domain that hasn't heard of you now, Phoenix Rain said, chuckling. May I know what business you have with me? Shifeng did not think that Phoenix Rain had called him just to congratulate him. It's nothing urgent. Your first opponent for the Dark Arena has been decided, so I've called to notify you. Phoenix Rain revealed a charming smile that could melt one's heart. The fight will be in 3 days. The venue is in the Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. Don't be late. I'm eager to earn some money off of you. Who's our opponent? Shi Feng asked. Ah, I nearly forgot. It's a battle team called Glorious Lions. Everlasting War is their leader. This battle team has already won twice in a row, so it is very strong. I'll send you the information we have on them in a moment, Phoenix Rain said before disconnecting the call. Everlasting War is my opponent. Shi Feng could not help his smile when he heard this name. He had originally planned to join the Glorious Lions battle team. He had never imagined that they would be his opponents. Immediately, he turned to Fire Dance. Fire, contact the main force members and have them gather in Starmoon City. Tell them to bring all of the barrier crystals and 9-star polar domain magic scrolls we have left. We're going to grind bosses. Currently, the various large guilds were either busy in the Stoneclaw Mountains or team dungeons, so they were not particularly focused on hunting field bosses, not to mention level 50 field great lords. Guilds typically avoided such bosses like the plague. With the strength of Zero Wing's main force, killing a level 50 field great lord was practically a dream. Fortunately, they had the 9-star polar domain magic array. Shi Feng could think of a few level 50 field great lords they could test their strength on. Previously, to avoid the Flower of Seven Sins' assassins, Zero Wing's main force had taken a break from leveling, hiding safely in the city. Hence, their levels were not particularly high. There were no level restrictions or strength suppression in the Dark Arena. Even a difference of 1 level could lead to a huge difference in attributes. Zero Wing was at a disadvantage. Hence, he needed to raise everyone's levels as quickly as possible. By killing these bosses, not only could he farm for Inferno Gold, but he could also help his team level up, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Understood. I'll notify them right away. Everyone will be excited to hear this. Fire Dance burst with energy. It had been a very long time since Shi Feng had taken them along to kill bosses. Moreover, after breaking through into the refinement realm, her strength had improved significantly. She could use these bosses to get used to her new strength. Chapter 766, Azura Battle Team. Beast Empire, Beast City. As the imperial capital of an empire, Beast City was far more prosperous than Starmoon City. Moreover, its territory was vast. It ranked near the top, even among the many empires on the continent of God's domain. Beast City's player population alone exceeded 10 million. The city had even more elite and expert players than White River City and Starmoon City combined. Although there were 5 first-rate guilds in Beast City, the imperial capital's true ruler was the Super Guild Battle Wolves. All 5 of these first-rate guilds submitted to Battle Wolves' rules. They were only allowed to develop in Beast City after signing an agreement with the Super Guild. Otherwise, the massive guild would have chased them out of the city long ago. Inside Battle Wolves' guild residence. Leader, our opponent for the next match has been decided. Here is a list of their names and the information we have gathered, the vice leader of the Glorious Lions battle team, Journey Leave, reported as he approached Everlasting War. The report Journey Leave held was very thin as the folder only contained a single sheet of paper. Many of the battle team's members in the meeting room were confused. Vice leader, you couldn't have brought the wrong report, right? Why is there only 1 sheet of paper? Don't we usually have a stack for each team? The other members asked curiously. Journey Leave's report regarding the previous 2 battle teams they had faced had taken them nearly 3 days to analyze, yet their vice leader held only a single sheet this time. No matter how they looked at it, that did not seem like their usual reports. This isn't a mistake, the battle team we're facing this time has only recently joined the Dark Arena. This will be their debut match, Journey Leave confirmed. When he had received the report, he, too, had his doubts. However, the intelligence department had confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the report, stating that their opponent was a new battle team. Aside from the battle team's leader, there was no information on any of the team's members. A new battle team. Everlasting War's curiosity grew. He had not expected a new battle team to boldly challenge the glorious lions. It seems that the battle team's employer is confident of their team. In any case, we should be careful. Journey, give us a general introduction. Journey Leave nodded. He then opened the report on the meeting table and displayed it before his team members. This battle team is a new one, so, aside from some basic data on the registered team leader, we haven't uncovered any information. As of now, the other members have not been registered yet, and we have nothing on them. The battle team is called Azura, and it's led by Yifeng. I researched this team leader myself. When God's Domain launched, he was relatively famous. He had once defeated a large guild by himself, so he is very powerful. However, it has been a very long time since anyone has seen him. Even when I went to the secret pavilion to research him, I left empty-handed. He is a complete mystery. As for his exact strength right now, that is also unknown. Journey Leave then played Shifeng's battle video for everyone to watch. However, this battle video had been recorded before everyone had reached the cities. In the video, Yifeng killed dozens of players by himself while inside the town. Although Phoenix Rain had given Shifeng full authority over the battle team, he had no intention of participating in the Dark Arena as Black Flame. Black Flame was a guild leader. Having a guild leader of a large guild participate in a brawl would only make him a laughingstock. Hence, Shifeng intended to use his true identity in the Dark Arena. What kind of report is this? Is this a joke? Doesn't this mean that, aside from the battle team and the team leader's name, we know absolutely nothing? What is our intelligence department doing? How old is this battle video? Yifeng hadn't even reached level 10 yet. Mainstream players are already reaching level 30. Don't we have anything current on him? The battle team's members demanded answers, one after another. There was a massive gap between level 10 and level 30. The battle video could not be used as any kind of reference. Journey Leave shook his head helplessly. He had also investigated Yifeng. However, there was nothing to find. It was as if all traces of Yifeng had vanished from God's domain. While everyone complained, Everlasting War sat back in a daze. Why is he the Azura battle team's team leader? Everlasting War had tried to invite Shifeng multiple times, hoping to recruit him as the Glorious Lion's vice leader. Unfortunately, Hua Qiushue, the representative of the corporation backing the battle team, was adamant in modifying the contract and restricting the battle team's freedom. The result was Shifeng's rejection. Everlasting War had felt Shifeng's strength personally. Although he had never exchanged moves with the young swordsman, he knew that Shifeng was a refinement realm expert. Shifeng could even emit an intense pressure. Experts in the refinement realm were extremely rare in God's domain. Most of these experts were relatively old. They weren't usually interested in such competitions. Thus, refinement realm experts were relatively rare even in the Dark Arena. Leader, do you know him? The other team members asked curiously. Yes. Originally, Yifeng was supposed to participate in the last audition. However, due to complications, he did not take part. I had never imagined that he would lead the Azura battle team. Now, we have to face him, Everlasting War said disappointedly. His strength is the real deal. Although he is keeping a low profile, I suspect that he's a refinement realm expert. As for his weapons and equipment, it's been a long time since I've seen him. Even I am not sure how strong he has become. At this moment, Hua Qiushue, who sat at the head of the table, wore a twisted expression. Although she had forgotten about a minor character like Shifeng, Everlasting War had reminded her. The minor character that she had forgotten had become a leader of a battle team. Furthermore, his battle team was going to face her own. If the Azura battle team won against the Glorious Lions, the other major corporations would take advantage of her humiliation. Seeing Hua Qiushui's reaction, everyone quickly realized the severity of the situation. Back when the Glorious Lions had held its auditions, Hua Qiushui had decided to change the battle team's requirements, restricting the team members' freedom. In reality, however, they had not lost much. Take Everlasting War for example. His restrictions were minimal. Leader, you're not the same player that you were before. This is just a brat in the refinement realm. After all of your special training, this will be child's play, a team member joked. However, this joke was also true. The Super Guild Battle Wolves supported their battle team. Since they had begun participating in the Dark Arena, they had gained access to various resources. They didn't need to worry about top-tier weapons and equipment at all. They had even less worry about obtaining skills. As for leveling up, they had a group of players who helped them gain levels rapidly. It was heaven. They only needed to improve on their combat techniques, thinking of ways to exert more of their strength. They could also spar and receive guidance from the Super Guild's older generation. In the real world, they also received guidance from martial arts masters on a daily basis. Ever since joining the Glorious Lions battle team, their strengths had improved by leaps and bounds. After 2 matches, the Glorious Lions battle team had earned quite a bit of fame in the Dark Arena. It would be a piece of cake to deal with a new battle team. Everlasting, for the upcoming competition, I only have one demand. You must annihilate the Azura battle team. You cannot go easy on them just because you know Yifeng. Hua Qiushui interjected as she turned to Everlasting War, her voice soft but commanding. I will always fight to my limits, regardless of my opponent. Please rest assured, Director Hua. Everlasting War could guess what was going through Hua Qiushui's mind. However, he wouldn't go easy on an opponent just because they were acquainted. The Dark Arena was his battlefield. On a battlefield, he would not show any enemy mercy. Hearing Everlasting War's assurance, Hua Qiushui nodded in satisfaction. Campbell Volcano. After Shi Feng finished dealing with his matters, he led Zero Wing's main force to Campbell Volcano in search of level 50 Great Lords. Guild leader, I've found the boss. Minor Wind shouted in the team chat. Chapter 767, Godly Skill for Grinding Monsters. Alright, everyone gather over there. Shi Feng commanded through the team chat. Campbell Volcano was a level 40 to level 50 regional map in Star Moon Kingdom and was famed for dropping fire resistance equipment. However, the Campbell Volcano's environment was extremely severe. Not only did the scorching temperatures increase the burden on players' stamina significantly, but players also had to deal with a debuff. High temperature environment. All of your basic attributes have been decreased by 10%, flame damage received increased by 20%, and HP recovery rate decreased by 50%. The monsters in Campbell Volcano's map all used fire-type skills. Some monsters even dealt flame damage with their basic attacks. Due to the severe environment, even common monsters were challenging opponents, not to mention the elite and boss monsters. In the future, however, Campbell Volcano would become a favored destination. Many workshops would grind here for fire resistance equipment, earning a fortune. However, God's Domain's mainstream players had not yet reached level 30, so ordinary players could not survive here. Guild players were even less likely to visit this map. This was primarily due to the 2 main field bosses that wandered about Campbell Volcano. Both bosses were level 50 Great Lords, and they would turn any player that ventured into Campbell Volcano to level up into a charred corpse. Guild leader, that's the boss, Minor Wind said as he pointed towards the massive bear sleeping in the magma-filled valley. Violent Flame Bear, Elemental Being, Great Lord. Level 50. HP 63,000,000/63,000,000. Its HP is insane. Blackie gulped. This was the first time he had seen a boss with such a high HP. How long would they have to spend to grind this boss down? The Violent Flame Bear was a level 50 Great Lord. Depending on the boss's defense, after including the damage reduction due to the level suppression, their damage output would drop by at least 50%. Its HP isn't the only challenge. Don't forget about its environment. Look, we are surrounded by magma. If we accidentally touch the magma, the entire team will be in danger. Fire Dance quickly noticed that there were too few footholds for them to stand on. There was no way their MTs could dodge the Flame Bear's attacks properly. A level 50 Great Lord's attack power would definitely be astonishing. If their MTs did not have enough space to avoid attacks. With Fire Dance's reminder, the team realized the crux of the problem. The Great Lord was already absurdly strong. If it could use skills that utilized the surrounding magma, they would not be surprised if they team-wiped. Without extremely high fire resistance, the magma would reduce them to ashes in less than 3 seconds. Fear ripped through the team as they were suddenly paralyzed. Cola, Yi Wumian, stand where the magma intersects. Everyone else, wait along the sides of the valley's entrance. I'll lure the boss. Shifeng could not help but laugh at his team's response. If they threw themselves into battle, they would never defeat a level 50 Great Lord. It was especially true for the Violent Flame Bear. Due to the high-temperature environment, the Flame Bear could even instant-kill a well-equipped level 50 MT. Normally, only Tier 2 MTs could survive the Great Lord's attacks. In addition, the Violent Flame Bear also had the team-wiping skill Earth Fury. When activated, the Great Lord would execute an earth-shaking stomp. Although the skill's damage was not particularly high, the stomp would create a magma tsunami that would devour all enemies within a 50-yard radius. Even Shifeng, with his high fire resistance, would lose 500 or 600 HP each second in the molten liquid. He'd be surprised if his teammates didn't lose 5,000 HP per second. Among Zero Wing's main force members, even Cola would only last several seconds with all of his life-saving skills active, much less everyone else. In the past, to deal with the Violent Flame Bear, the various large guilds had lost hundreds of 100-man teams. These teams had consisted of level 50 and above elite players. They had been much stronger than Zero Wing's main force naturally. Since Shifeng had chosen to raid this boss, he had a strategy to deal with it. Shifeng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and Magic Amplification Scroll. He then summoned a demon. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord. Although the Tier 3 demon Shifeng summoned would suffer the debuff and wouldn't have any environmental advantages, it could still act as a meat shield. A level 53 Tomahawk demon with 11 million HP appeared before them, stupefying Zero Wing's main force. None of them had thought that Shifeng could still summon a Tier 3 demon. A single Tier 3 demon was far more useful than 4 or 5 level 50, 100-man teams. With this demon, raiding the Violent Flame Bear would be much easier. Go! Shifeng directed the Tomahawk demon to fly towards the Great Lord. When the Tomahawk demon was within 50 yards of the Flame Bear, the sleeping Great Lord discovered its presence. Suddenly, the Flame Bear opened its mouth, gathering an overwhelming surge of fire-type mana in its mouth before releasing it. Tier 2 spell, Breath of Fire. Instantly, a red beam of light lanced through the air towards the Tomahawk demon. The beam was too fast. Shifeng already struggled to control the demon. Hence, the red beam struck the Tomahawk demon, sending it plunging into the molten magma. -124,084. The Violent Flame Bear's damage left everyone speechless. With one move, the Flame Bear had managed to obliterate so much of the demon's HP, regardless of the fact that it had as much defense as a Great Lord of the same level. If a player had received that attack, they would die instantly. Isn't it going to instant kill us if we rush at it? Cola unconsciously gulped when he saw the demon plunge into the fiery liquid. He doubted whether he could even stop the Violent Flame Bear from moving past him. However, while everyone was still in a daze, Shifeng controlled the tomahawk demon to brandish its axe. The 5-meter-tall battle axe transformed into a stream of light and slammed into the Great Lord's body. Tier 2 Skill, Axe of Destruction. -84,509. Despite using a Tier 2 skill, the tomahawk demon's attack was weaker than the violent flame bear's. However, Shifeng did not mind. After all, with him directing the tomahawk demon, he exerted less than 50% of the skill's effect. He was satisfied with dealing over -80,000 damage. Zhao. The attack had clearly inflicted pain as bloodthirst flashed in the flame bear's ruby eyes. Immediately, it launched itself from the magma and charged towards the tomahawk demon. Good. It took the bait. Shifeng then had the tomahawk demon rush towards the valley's entrance. Kola, Yi Wumian, get ready. When the flame bear gathers mana in its mouth, use Mach to attract its aggro and direct the bear's attack towards the intersection where you're standing. Do not let it attack elsewhere. The violent flame bear's general attacks were limited to Flame Claws and Breath of Fire. Flame Claws was not an AoE attack, so the tomahawk demon could deal with it easily. Breath of Fire, on the other hand, was a straight-line AoE spell. The spell contained frighteningly destructive power, and any mishap could destroy the valley's entrance. This would put the other players in danger. The tomahawk demon did not possess any aggro-holding skills, so it could not control the direction of the flame bear's attack. They needed someone else to do the job. If Kola failed to attract the Great Lord's aggro, Yi Wumian could back him up. As long as the valley's entrance remained intact, the high terrain could prevent everyone from drowning in magma when the violent flame bear activated Earth Fury. With their HP, Zero Wing's main force members could easily handle Earth Fury's base damage. I understand. Kola nodded heavily. Very quickly, Shifeng lured the violent flame bear to the valley's entrance. He then directed the tomahawk demon to pin the Great Lord down. With the tomahawk demon's high attack power, no one could steal the Great Lord's aggro. Time flew by. Throughout the battle, Zero Wing's main force toyed with the violent flame bear. Whenever it opened its mouth to use its breath attack, Kola provoked it. After the breath attack, the tomahawk demon would use a Tier 2 skill to redirect the Great Lord's aggro. As for everyone else, they bombarded the Great Lord with attacks without a care in the world. After all, regardless of their damage, they could not outdamage the tomahawk demon. When the violent flame bear eventually executed Earth Fury, although its attack had caused the earth to tremble, and the team members had taken plenty of damage, they still had over half of their HP after the attack. As for the resulting magma wave, it stopped growing after it engulfed the mountain's lower half. It didn't come near Zero Wing's main force. After a dozen or so minutes, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and dealt the final blow. The violent flame bear released an agonized scream as it fell to the ground. A treasure trove appeared around its body. Chapter 768, Summoning Flute. In God's domain, killing a field boss for the first time would double its drop rate. Hence, large guilds loved to raid bosses on new maps. Players had yet to develop Campbell Volcano. All of its bosses were untouched. If anyone killed the bosses here, they would obtain a treasure trove. Furthermore, Shifeng had a skill like Divine Providence, which greatly increased his luck attribute. Despite level 50 and above monsters having poor drop rates, after applying the effects of Divine Providence, the violent flame bear dropped a frightening amount of loot. Not only did the Great Lord dropped over 20 items, but it had also given everyone a bounty of EXP. A level 50 Great Lord already provided an abundant sum of EXP, but after including the bonus EXP for defeating a monster of a higher level, some members even gained a full level, climbing from 32 to 33. The EXP is awesome. I gained 40% of a level after just a little over 10 minutes of hard work. If I had to level up myself, I probably wouldn't even get this much after half a day of grinding. If we continue leveling up like this, it won't be long before we reach level 40. We'll be able to buy our own mounts. Blackie could not help his excitement when he saw his experience bar. He had never thought that a field Great Lord would provide so much EXP. Even after splitting the Great Lord's EXP between 100 people, he obtained nearly half of an entire level. He was already level 33. He required a massive amount of EXP to level up. Even if he grinded and raided dungeons non-stop, it would take him at least 2 or 3 days to reach level 34. Now, however, he only needed to kill 2 more Great Lords to reach level 34. His could level faster than a rocket. Shifeng simply laughed and shook his head as he watched Blackie's reaction. His friend was too optimistic. Although it was true that field bosses provided an abundance of EXP and that they had only taken a dozen minutes or so to defeat the violent flame bear, field bosses were not common monsters. They were not easy to find. Take Campbell Mountain for example. There were only 2 Great Lords in this entire map. After these bosses died, it would take a day before they respawned. Then could not grind them indefinitely. Moreover, they had been able to kill this boss due to the Tier 3 demon. Without the Tier 3 demon tanking the Great Lord, with their current level and equipment, killing a level 50 Great Lord was impossible for them as they were. Guild leader, what did the boss drop? Although Cola was similarly shocked by the EXP he had received, he was more interested in the boss's loot. Hearing Cola's question, everyone redirected their attention towards the loot as well. A Great Lord-ranked boss's loot was a temptation to any guild in God's domain. The loot is alright. The Flame Bear dropped 8 weapons and pieces of equipment. Among them, one is a level 50 Dark Gold ranked plate armor, one is a Dark Gold ranked two-handed battle axe, and the rest are all fine gold rank. However, this flute is the most precious item among the loot. After Shifeng finished arranging the drops, he smiled as he revealed a silver flute. Players were lucky if an ordinary level 50 Great Lord dropped even 10 items. It was only due to the first kill bonus and Shifeng's high luck attribute that the Violent Flame Bear had dropped over 20. Among the items, over half were rare materials. The materials were all good quality, and even an ingot of Inferno Gold, an item with an extremely low drop rate, had dropped. They had definitely profited from this raid. However, what had surprised Shifeng the most was the appearance of the silver flute in his hands. Guild leader, what's so special about this flute? Even after examining it for a long moment, Aqua Rose could not see any peculiarities about the silver flute. The others couldn't see anything special about it either. There was only one line of text introducing this silver flute. Broken flute. If they had picked up this item during a normal hunt, they would have sold it to an NPC as garbage. You guys have heard of summoning flutes, right? Shifeng smiled faintly as he provided a hint. What? Guild leader, are you saying this is a mount? The Guardian Knight Turtledove shouted excitedly. While everyone else relied on their own feet for travel, it would be absurdly awesome if she could ride a high-ranking mount. Mounts were still out of players' reach, and it wasn't only because of their low levels. The main issue was money. Even after reaching level 40, players needed to 40 gold to purchase a steed. Even to expert players, 40 gold was astronomical. Furthermore, expert players would not be satisfied with a common mount. However, obtaining rarer mounts was extremely difficult. A guild mount also required a lot of time and resources to nurturing. Hence, riding a high-ranking mount right now was practically a dream. Everyone began drooling over the silver flute in Shifeng's hands. This flute should trigger a quest that rewards a mount. The mount should be bronze rank at the very least. It might even be mysterious iron rank. Shifeng was relatively familiar with mount quests. A mount quest generally awarded a bronze mount. However, as they had obtained this flute by killing a field boss for the first time, the mount quest might even reward a mysterious iron mount. Alright, which one of you wants it? We'll start the bidding at 50,000 GCPs. In terms of coins, 50,000 GCP was worth roughly 150 gold. A bronze mount would cost far more than just 150 gold. There was also a chance that this silver flute would yield a mysterious iron mount. If that were the case, the mount would be worth several times more. Guild leader, don't you want it? This is a high-ranking mount. Aqua Rose asked strangely. Shi Feng was Zero Wings guild leader. He was their guild's face. He should be seen on the best mount they could find. Although she knew that the guild had already captured a mount, the guild stable had not been built yet. None of them could purchase a guild mount right now. Moreover, a guild mount only started out slightly stronger than a common mount. It was far from the prestige of a bronze or mysterious iron mount. I already have one, so you can fight for it. Shi Feng smiled faintly. He had not told anyone that he had obtained an even better mount when he had visited the Dark Denver. When everyone heard that Shi Feng would not participate in the auction, their hearts pounded as they frantically shouted their bids. In just a short moment, the bidding had increased past 100,000 GCPs. However, this was only the beginning. As the main force's ordinary members reached their limits, Blackie, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, and the other upper echelons joined the auction. 140,000. 145,000. 150,000. 220,000. As the upper echelons reached their limits, Aqua Rose shouted an offer that disappointed everyone present. Aqua Rose did not normally utilize her guild contribution points. She also often donated plenty of weapons and equipment to the guild warehouse. Hence, she had accumulated an immense amount of GCP. Her offer instantly dismissed everyone's hopes. If converted to coins, 220,000 GCPs would be worth 660 gold. If other guilds discovered that Aqua Rose had only spent 660 gold to purchase a mysterious iron mount, they would be shocked. If it were up to them, they would not hesitate to spend 1,000 gold on purchasing the mount. Following which, Shi Feng handed the silver flute to Aqua Rose as envy swept through the team. Before she had even reached level 40, Aqua Rose had obtained a high-ranking mount. As soon as she reached level 40, she could travel through God's domain with ease. Alright, enough idling. Split up and search for the other Great Lord. Who knows? The next one might drop another mount as well, Shi Feng said, laughing. Shi Feng's words motivated everyone instantly as they began searching for the other Great Lord in Campbell Volcano. Chapter 769, Levels Rising Rapidly. In the Stoneclaw Mountains. A long-abandoned city rested in a circle of mountains. Tens of thousands of corpses belonging to both players and half-orcs surrounded and littered this city. Several hundred players stood at the city's entrance. They were all out of breath and covered in fresh blood. Flame blood, revive the healers first. We'll continue after some rest, a man wearing deep blue chainmail and carrying a longbow on his back commanded. Flame blood, whose white robes had long since been stained red with blood, immediately began reviving the fallen healers. Guild leader, the respawn rate is simply too fast. We've only managed to clear out these half-orcs after so much trouble. If we don't hurry and enter now, entering the city will become far more difficult, Daybreak Fog said anxiously, a tired expression on her face. To enter this ruined city, Heaven's Burial had dispatched all of their elites, over 20,000 players. Only after several hours of fighting had they eliminated the half-orcs surrounding the ancient city. Overall, they had sacrificed over 20,000 elite players to deal with the tens of thousands of elite half-orcs, a Great Lord-ranked half-orc, and 5 High Lord-ranked half-orcs. If they did not venture into the city now, all the regret in the world would not help them when the monsters respawned. It doesn't matter. Even if they respawn, that level 45 Great Lord won't be a problem. At most, we'll have to deal with those High Lords again. If we want to complete this quest, we need to stabilize the situation outside the city. Otherwise, we'll die. Singular Burial, who was the man in the deep blue chainmail, responded calmly. We've been here for several days already. Now that success is in sight, it is important that we do not rush. As long as we complete this quest, Heaven's Burial will become Star Moon City's overlord. Both Ouroboros and the Star Alliance will have no choice but to submit. Currently, players throughout the Star Moon Kingdom and surrounding countries drooled over the Stoneclaw Mountains. These guilds watched Stone Forest Town, which was under Zero Wing's control, enviously. However, nobody knew that the person responsible for activating the Stoneclaw Mountains was Heaven's Burial's guild leader, Singular Burial. But now that Zero Wing has stabilized its position in Stone Forest Town, it is only a matter of time before the Stoneclaw Mountains become their backyard. Will this quest really help Heaven's Burial become Star Moon City's overlord? Lightning Blade questioned doubtfully. Singular Burial had been keeping a tight lid on the quest's information. Nobody else knew what the quest would award. Based on Lightning Blade's understanding of God's domain, there shouldn't be a quest that could allow a guild to dominate over a city. Zero Wing's backyard? Singular Burial sneered. It's just the Stoneclaw Mountains. So what if we give it to Zero Wing? Since this quest is almost complete, I'll explain. Do any of you know why there are so many magic crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains? Although other countries have their own regional dungeons that provide magic crystals, none of them are as saturated as the Stoneclaw Mountains. This ancient city is the reason. This city contains a treasure that is capable of condensing mana naturally. Hence, the Stoneclaw Mountains monsters have a much higher chance to drop magic crystals. If we can get our hands on that treasure, even without grinding monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, any monster we kill within a certain radius of the item will drop magic crystals. Moreover, the drop rate will be the same as it is in the Stoneclaw Mountains. Do you think I would pay so much just to clear a ruined city if not for such a treasure? When Daybreak Fog and the others heard Singular Burial's explanation, they were stunned. The monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains were too strong. Not only were these monsters hard to kill, but they were also harder on weapons and equipment than monsters elsewhere. If monsters in other maps could also drop magic crystals with the same probability as the monsters in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would be able to farm magic crystals much faster and more efficiently than in the regional dungeon. Moreover, it would cost less to farm elsewhere. Even if the other guilds put more effort into farming crystals in the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would be miles behind Heaven's Burial. As long as they had a sufficient stock of magic crystals, Heaven's Burial could rise to power. Alright, get some rest. We'll enter the city when we've recovered, Singular Burial commanded. While Heaven's Burial's members were preoccupied with their secret quest, the various large guilds throughout Star Moon Kingdom desperately tried to level up, getting themselves ready to challenge level 40 large-scale team dungeons. To ordinary players, level 40 was still far out of their reach. To the various large guilds, however, they would reach it soon. Level 40 could be considered a new beginning. At level 40, players could use mounts, doubling their mobility. As a result, their leveling and questing efficiency would double as well. However, purchasing a large number of mounts for its members was unrealistic for a guild. Having a guild mount was more reasonable. Hence, guilds needed to focus on constructing a stable. However, stable designs' drop rates were abysmal. Only 100-man team dungeons had a somewhat higher drop rate. Hence, the various large guilds were desperately preparing to raid level 40 large-scale team dungeons in the hopes of obtaining a stable design sooner. For a time, guilds were in a frenzy to raid large-scale team dungeons. Time quickly passed. 3 days had gone by before anyone had realized it. During this period, Shifeng led Zero Wing's main force all around the kingdom, hunting for great lords. If they did not find any, then they would kill field lords and high lords until they had finally exhausted the magic amplification scroll. Shifeng had also completed his quest. All 10 Inferno gold ingots were accounted for. Meanwhile, the team had climbed in levels. Originally, the average level of Zero Wing's main force was level 33. Now, the lowest among the team was level 37. Blackie, Fire Dance, and the other upper echelons had even risen to level 38. Throughout all of God's domain, they had the highest levels. Currently, the number 1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list was only level 35. Although there was only a difference of 2 levels, the EXP gap was massive. As for Shifeng, he had reached level 39. He was only 1 step away from level 40. Unfortunately, Shifeng's magic amplification scroll was now useless. He could no longer summon a tier 3 demon to assist them in battle. Otherwise, they would have continued leveling at this speed. Aside from levels, they had also obtained a massive stock of materials and level 50 equipment. They had filled Shifeng's bag completely, transferring the overflow into Aqua Rose's bag. They had more than 40 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment and several hundred pieces of fine gold equipment. Contrary to what they had expected, they had obtained less than 100 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. If they sold these items on the Blackwing auction house, it would definitely shake God's domain's major powers. Currently, while the various large guilds struggled to reach level 40, level 50 top-tier equipment was already on display. It'll be a little rushed, but fortunately, we've completed the quest. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the time. He had 5 hours remaining before his appointment with Phoenix Rain. Immediately, he said through the team chat, everyone can head back to the city. Aqua, take your team to get some rest. In 3 hours, meet up in Star Moon City's teleportation hall. Chapter 770, Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Upon arriving at the trading firm with Fire Dance, Shifeng noticed a significant decrease in the shop's customers. We've reached our limit already. Shifeng glanced at the players on the streets before taking another look at the situation inside the shop. Despite the Candlelight Trading Firm's location in the trade area, a high-traffic area, and the fact that this area enjoyed a growing player population, the trading firm was losing customers. This situation illustrated a lot of problems. Glancing at the street again, Shifeng noticed that several large guilds and merchant players had set up shop near the street corners. With more shops, the competition grew more intense. Although the Candlelight Trading Firm's position in White River City was still unshakable, the trading firm was losing profits. Initially, the firm could bring in over 1,000 gold every day from each shop. Now, including the shops in major cities throughout Star Moon Kingdom and other countries, the trading firm was just barely making a total profit of 1,000 gold per day. Currently, fewer and fewer hot-selling items such as whetstones and advanced whetstones, as well as various other necessities such as recovery potions and mana regeneration potions, sold each day. This was all due to the new competition. Most of these new shops had powerful backers. Furthermore, the designs for hot-selling items were becoming more common. One could easily farm them or purchase them from the auction house. As long as these shops hired some lifestyle players to produce these items and sold them at a lower price than the Candlelight Trading Firm, with a profitable location, they could easily steal plenty of the Candlelight Trading Firm's customers. Fortunately, light stones and basic strengthened armor kits still sold like hotcakes. However, Shifeng knew that this situation would not last. Neither the light stones nor the basic strengthening armor kits were unique items like the mana armor kit. As more time passed and players reached higher levels, it would become easier to obtain these items' designs. As a matter of fact, after just being away from the city for 3 days, other shops had already begun selling basic strengthened armor kits. Only, they demanded slightly higher prices than the Candlelight Trading Firm. It wouldn't be long before light stones would appear in other shops as well. At that time, the Candlelight Trading Firm would lose some of its advantages. Guild leader, why have you called for me? Melancholic Smile asked with a tired expression as she entered the firm's reception room. Melancholic Smile was feeling the pressure of the lost profits. Although she had thought of many solutions, none were effective enough to save them from this predicament. How is the production of the strengthening devices coming along? Shi Feng asked. With the candlelight trading firm's current income, they could never earn 150,000 gold in the next 20-some days. They needed to increase their profits. The strengthening devices were their only hope. More players flocked to White River City. Among them, there was no lack of elite and expert players. These players often ventured to high-level maps to grind. The burden on their equipment was much higher than ordinary players. Hence, they also had a much greater need for an item like the strengthening device, so that they could grind and adventure for longer periods. So far, I've produced 400 strengthening devices. My success rate is roughly 40%. Unfortunately, our stockpile is still too small to begin selling them. We will sell out before we even begin attracting customers. I intend to put them up for sale in the trading firm once we have a stockpile of 1,000 units. Melancholic Smile was optimistic about the strengthening devices. When they began to offer the strengthening devices, the candlelight trading firm would regain its popularity, increasing their daily sales tremendously. A success rate of 40%? Shi Feng was slightly surprised. He had not expected Melancholic Smile to have such a high success rate. If Shi Feng produced the strengthening devices himself, he'd have a 30% success rate at most. He then revealed a stack of designs and passed them to Melancholic Smile, saying, "Let Coco and the others learn these designs. If the firm has anyone with potential, you can allow them to learn one as well. Produce as many of these as you can. I have something important I need them for." Melancholic Smile was dumbfounded as she accepted the stack of designs. Strengthening device. Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit. Melancholic Smile already knew how important the strengthening device was. Obtaining even a single design was already an amazing feat, yet Shi Feng had 5 more. If they had 5 more people producing the strengthening devices, they could satisfy the demands of 1 or 2 cities' worth of players. After all, the cost of forging for the strengthening device was relatively high, and the forging success rate was low. Hence, they could not offer the devices for too low a price. However, the other item, the Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit, confused her slightly. Basic Fire Resistance Armor Kit. Defense plus 120. Endurance plus 5, Agility plus 3. Fire Resistance plus 7. Maximum binding limit per character, 3, can only be bound to level 30 equipment or above. In terms of basic attributes, it was only slightly stronger than the basic strengthened armor kit. However, the materials it required were much rarer. The basic fire resistance armor kit would cost twice as much to produce as the basic strengthening armor kit. Would anyone really be willing to buy these? Although the fire resistance armor kit provided quite an amount of fire resistance, there were many areas in God's domain that didn't offer the danger of fire. Players didn't need to head to leveling maps or dungeons that required high fire resistance. One could say that the fire resistance armor kit was not a necessity. Even if they produced this item, not many players would be willing to purchase it. However, the fact that Shi Feng viewed the basic fire resistance armor kit and the strengthening device as equally important showed that the former was just as precious. From now on, focus on forging strengthening devices and basic fire resistance armor kits. Set everything else aside. Shi Feng was aware of Melancholic Smile's concerns. However, the basic fire resistance armor kit was no less valuable than the strengthening device. Although the armor kits were not useful right now, once the Eclipse Gate opened, items that provided fire and ice resistance would skyrocket in price. Only then would the fire resistance armor kits shine. With these 3 armor kits, one could gain 21 points of fire resistance. This way, players could equip fewer pieces of fire resistance equipment. Although fire resistance equipment could increase one's fire resistance, they would have to sacrifice basic attributes. Having too much of that equipment would wound a player's combat power, making it more difficult to kill monsters in the Eclipse Gate. Hence, after the various large guilds discovered the basic fire resistance armor kit, they would rush towards Campbell Volcano to farm for the design. Unfortunately, the design's drop rate was incredibly low. Moreover, they only dropped from the volcano's field bosses. Throughout these past 3 days, Shifeng had killed plenty of field bosses at Campbell Volcano with Zero Wing's main force. After 3 days of hard work, with the help of divine providence, they had obtained a total of 9 copies. Anyone else would thank their stars to obtain just one. Right, how many materials have we collected for the stable so far? Shifeng made it clear that the guild stable was also a priority. The various large guilds were closing in on level 40. It would be a huge waste if he had the stable design but could not construct it. Chapter 771, Thousand Transformation Evolves. Hearing Shifeng's question, Melancholic Smile's expression sank, a hint of embarrassment appearing on her face. I've only managed to gather a little more than half of the required materials. We're still short 20 logs of primal emerald wood and 12 soul cultivating stones, Melancholic Smile reported honestly. Shifeng had instructed her to handle the material collection for the stable, regardless of the price, a while ago. Yet, until now, aside from the materials Zero Wings members had gathered, she had only managed to source a small fraction of the required materials. Alright. I doubt we'll be able to obtain the remaining materials easily. I'll try to think of a way to collect the rest. Focus on forging the strengthening devices. Shifeng nodded. Shifeng understood just how difficult it was to find the materials they needed to construct a stable. Even in 100-man hard mode team dungeons, the drop rates for these materials were abysmally low. Only Hell mode had a slightly higher drop rate. If they had not obtained the first clear of the Frost Prison, they wouldn't have as much stock as they did right now. It was already impressive that they had over half of the materials. Moreover, the situation in God's domain had changed. The various large guilds were only a short time from the level 40 era. As long as the various large guilds did a little research, they would discover a hint to what they needed for their own stables. Primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were among the more obvious necessities. However, only those with stable designs would know the majority of the materials they needed. There were many kinds of rare materials that dropped in large-scale team dungeons, and they could be used in multiple designs. Even if they came across some building material that the stable design would require, the various guilds might assume it had a different purpose. However, as information on the primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones was available in cities' libraries, it would be nearly impossible to purchase these materials from other guilds. They were usually hard to obtain. However, Shifeng was also feeling celebratory. If he had not been able to participate in the Dark Arena, searching for a way to obtain the remaining stable materials would have really given him a headache. On the surface, the Dark Arena appeared to be a secret competition between the various international corporations. In truth, however, it was a place for the various corporations to exchange precious material and items. The Dark Arena provided a method to obtain the rarer materials and items. Of course, if one wanted these items, they needed to gamble on the team battles. In the Dark Arena, credits were not the most valued resource. Rather, it was the precious materials and items of God's domain. Normally, God's domain's major powers refused to sell these rarer items. At most, they might be willing to trade for items of equal value. Meanwhile, in the Dark Arena, if one offered a fair price, they could negotiate. Once both sides agreed, they would then bet on a match of their choosing. The winner would take everything. However, the winning battle team would also earn a small portion of this bet. If the battle team did not want the offered rewards, the party that won the bet could purchase the items from the winning team with credits. This was why so many powers throughout God's domain had hungered to join the Dark Arena in the past. They hadn't just wanted the fame. They had also wanted the chance to earn endless wealth and resources in God's domain. Unfortunately, not everybody could take part in the Dark Arena. The Dark Arena had its own inner circle. Ordinary guilds were not worthy of an invitation. Take Shifeng for example. Despite being the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he needed to get the assistance of the upper echelon of a first-rate guild to gain entry into the Dark Arena. In the past, Shifeng had visited the Dark Arena over a dozen times, and he had to admit that second-rate guilds could not afford to mingle there. Even legendary items and player-constructed cities were sometimes used as bargaining chips, much less legendary ranked materials. Although each team in the Dark Arena consisted only of 10 members, the profits one could earn from a single match could inspire hundreds, even millions, of people to fight. The primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were precious materials. In the Dark Arena, however, these materials were considered subpar wagers. Hence, it would not be difficult for Shifeng to gather the materials he needed to build his stable. After Shifeng stored the rare materials and level 50 weapons and equipment in the trading firm's warehouse, he hurriedly led Fire Dance towards Ciliora's smithy. In Ciliora's smithy, Shifeng handed Ciliora the 10 Inferno gold ingots. Immediately, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, Epic Hidden Quest Recast 1000 Transformations, completed. Quest rewards, 200 million EXP and Fortitude +5. Suddenly, Shifeng's experience bar rose to 42% of level 39. 200 million EXP might be a lot to ordinary players, but to Shifeng, it was a drop in the bucket. Aside from the fact that he required double the EXP normal players required to level up, an ordinary level 39 player needed an astonishing amount of EXP to level. Even several hundred millions of EXP was not enough to climb from level 39 to level 40. However, the 5 fortitude points were quite valuable. If Shifeng challenged advanced quests, he would have to waste a lot of time and complete 3 or 4 to gain 5 fortitude points. After stowing away the Inferno gold with satisfaction, Ciliora looked at Shifeng and asked seriously, "Now that I have everything I need, who is the weapon intended for? My companion here will use it." Shifeng tugged Fire Dance forward as he introduced her to Ciliora. Since 1000 Transformations was going to be recast, a Grandmaster Forger like Ciliora could not recast the weapon blindly. She needed to make sure that the weapon would fit its user perfectly. Taking a look at Fire Dance, Ciliora turned back to Shifeng and said, "You must think this through. The weapon I recast will not be some garbage epic weapon that you can find anywhere on the streets. It will have the possibility of becoming a legendary weapon. Are you truly willing to give that up? Even tier 6 gods would go crazy over a legendary weapon." Ciliora refused to believe that Shifeng would actually go through all that effort for the sake of a companion. "Why wouldn't I be willing?" Shifeng laughed. 1000 Transformations was a short sword. Although swordsmen could use short swords as well, they did not suit his style. On the other hand, Fire Dance was Zero Wing's #1 assassin. She could wield the 1000 Transformations to its greatest potential. Hearing Shifeng's confidence, Fire Dance's face burned with both excitement and bashfulness. With the light from the smithy's furnace, Fire Dance's normally white cheeks seemed to have been stained red. "You blockhead. Fine. It's your decision." Ciliora then shifted her gaze towards Fire Dance. "You, follow me." Fire Dance nodded silently. She then followed Ciliora and arrived before a silver magic array. "All you need to do is stand in the center of the magic array," Ciliora instructed. Her hands then began tracing divine runes in the air. By the time Fire Dance took her place at the array's center, Ciliora had already written dozens of lines of golden divine runes. Her casting speed was tremendous. Shortly after, Ciliora flicked her delicate finger, and the divine runes wrapped around Fire Dance's body rapidly, enveloping her. After finishing her preparations, Ciliora took out the mana stones Shifeng had readied for her and tossed them into the furnace. Suddenly, 100 mana stones hovered above the magic array, looking like stars as they circled the 1000 transformations, which the Grandmaster Forger had placed inside the furnace. The 100 mana stones instantly transformed into liquid and melded with the liquefied 1,000 transformations. Afterward, Celiora returned to rapidly writing divine runes and curses. The golden runes and purple curses also began to flow into the liquid metal inside the furnace. The Grandmaster Forger wrote runes for over half an hour. By the time Celiora finished, her face had paled to an unhealthy white. Meanwhile, the divine runes and curses had molded the liquefied 1,000 transformations. Celiora waved her finger. 1,000 transformations then flew out of the furnace and hovered in midair. Currently, 1,000 transformations glowed red and radiated a scorching heat. It's finally complete. Celiora could not help but reveal an excited smile as she gazed at the newly recast 1,000 transformations. Chapter 772, Extraordinary Ability. Due to 1,000 transformations, the temperature in the smithy had increased rapidly. Shifeng felt as if he stood in the mouth of a volcano. Despite standing 10 yards away from the flawed weapon, Shifeng received tens of damage with each passing second. If a player with low fire resistance stood in his place, they would not last 10 seconds. Fortunately, Fire Dance was cocooned deep inside the magic array. She did not receive a single point of damage from the heat. Naturally, Celiora didn't need to worry about the heat. Stand further away. Celiora reminded Shifeng with a low command. A bottle of dark blue liquid then appeared in her hands. The instant Celiora took out this bottle, the smithy's temperature decreased significantly. Shifeng was still basking in the aftertaste of Celiora's forging process. However, upon hearing Celiora's reminder, he ran out of the smithy. Shifeng was no stranger to forgers. He was even a famous forger himself. Although Shifeng had watched master forgers work many times in the past, he had never once witnessed the forging process of a grandmaster forger. He had never imagined there was actually such a huge difference between a master forger and a grandmaster forger. The experience of watching Celiora work had been quite valuable. Even after 10 years, grandmaster forgers had still been extremely rare in God's domain. Even the guild leader of a super guild had to treat such an existence with great respect. One could imagine just how high a grandmaster forger's status was. Initially, Shifeng had thought that the largest difference between a master forger and a grandmaster forger was their research and understanding of materials. However, after watching Celiora work, he realized the difference wasn't just the understanding of materials. A master forger could never hope to compare to a grandmaster's understanding of divine runes, curses, and magic arrays as well. It was no wonder why the master forgers of Shadow had never reached grandmaster status, regardless of how hard they had tried. The strength of grandmaster forgers was ridiculous. Fortunately, I recorded Celiora's entire recasting process. Afterward, if I show the recording to Melancholic Smile and the others, they might have a better chance of becoming grandmaster forgers. Shifeng, who waited outside Celiora's house, could not help smiling. After Shifeng had left the house, Celiora opened the deep blue bottle and poured a single drop of the deep blue liquid onto the glowing 1,000 transformations. The instant the deep blue liquid connected with 1,000 transformations, the flawed weapon cooled at a visible rate. The smithy also chilled to become a frozen hell. Although the smithy looked simple, extremely powerful magic arrays strengthened the area. Nothing from the outside world could disturb the house's interior. Likewise, nothing inside the house could disturb the outside world. Hence, Shifeng, who stood outside the house, was safe. He could not even sense the drastic changes inside the house. Only after another half an hour had passed did Celiora call Shifeng back. 1,000 transformations had already cooled completely. It was finished. The flawed weapon was white as snow. The sword's blade also emitted a faint glow, looking like a star in the night sky. Despite doing nothing beyond hovering in the air, Shifeng could feel a frightening power radiating from the short sword. Was it a success? Shifeng asked curiously. If it were a success, then the moment Fire Dance equipped the weapon, her attributes would most likely surpass his by a wide margin. After all, he only had a single fragmented legendary item on his person. A complete legendary item had the power to decimate the heaven and earth. Several epic items and a fragmented legendary item could not compare. Unfortunately, Celiora shook her head in disappointment and said, "Although I've completed the runes on the sword, there are some defects in the original materials. It can only reach fragmented legendary rank. If I had the complete 1,000 transformations, it might have become a legendary weapon." Shi Feng expressed his sympathy when he saw Celiora's disappointment. Every Grandmaster Forger dreamed of creating a legendary weapon of their own. Although Celiora had not been forging an entirely new weapon, only recasting one, if she succeeded, it would be of immense help towards making a legendary weapon in the future. However, he had expected this. A legendary weapon was not easily obtainable. It was not something he would stumble across after completing a single hidden epic quest. A fragmented legendary item was the limit. If he wanted to obtain a legendary weapon, he would have to complete a legendary quest at the very minimum. If Galaxy Past knew that his death had given Zero Wing an additional fragmented legendary item, he would probably die from a heart attack. Shi Feng could imagine just how much effort Galaxy Past had put into obtaining 1,000 transformations. However, it had fallen into Zero Wing's hands. As for Feather, the future god-ranked assassin, Shi Feng could only apologize to him. "Come, test it out," Celiora said as she turned to Fire Dance, who had been frozen in place throughout this process. Players could wield and test any weapon in God's domain. However, if they did not meet the necessary requirements, they could not use the weapon in battle. When Fire Dance grasped the hovering 1,000 transformations, she was instantly stunned. Only after a long moment did she dazedly make a few casual swings. Suddenly, a silver flash appeared in the smithy. Despite only swinging the weapon a few times, it felt as if the silver sword were present throughout the building. Moreover, only the sacred sword Killing Ray in Shi Feng's hands could match this sword's speed. So strong. Shi Feng watched the myriad of sword images that filled the space, feeling threatened. Despite being a Void Realm expert, he could not predict the 1,000 transformations attack trajectory. He also couldn't tell which image was real and which image was just an afterimage. They all seemed real and fake at the same time. Is this the true power of 1,000 transformations? Shi Feng had watched Feather's battle videos in the past. However, 1,000 transformations had not been this powerful. Although Feather's attacks with 1,000 transformations had also created numerous sword images, a refinement realm expert could, more or less, differentiate the fakes from the real deal. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had already reached the Void Realm, yet, he couldn't differentiate between the sword images Fire Dance had created. Even though he could feel many of the sword images were fake and were out of sync with Fire Dance's movements, the pressure these sword images gave off felt very real to him. There is a reason why this sword was named the 1,000 Transformations. When swung, it can transform its user's attack into a myriad of forms and confuse the enemy. However, when the opponent attempts to retaliate, they will quickly discover that most of the sword images are fake. Yet, when struck by these fakes, they will receive damage. 1,000 transformations can interchange illusions with reality. It's a pity that it did not become a legendary weapon. It would have been truly magnificent, Celiora explained, smiling. As she had personally upgraded this weapon to fragmented legendary rank, she understood 1,000 transformations like the palm of her hand. How about it? Do you feel any discomfort while using it? Fire Dance was still deeply immersed in the sensation of using 1,000 transformations. Even after Celiora asked her a question, she remained unresponsive. However, judging from Fire Dance's current reaction, it was obvious that the weapon fit her like a glove. Guild leader, it feels like this weapon is a part of my body. I can even feel the blade cut across air. Fire Dance said excitedly as she wielded 1,000 transformations like a favorite toy. Of course. This is a fragmented legendary weapon Lady Celiora has personally adjusted for you. It should fit you far better than any other fragmented legendary weapon. You should feel that way, Shifeng laughed. Alright, stop playing with it for now. 1,000 transformations already belongs to you. You have all the time in the world to analyze it. Let me see its attributes. Chapter 773, Strongest Attributes. Shifeng was incredibly curious to see how powerful a fragmented legendary weapon was. There were quite a number of fragmented legendary items in God's domain. However, those who had obtained fragmented legendary items were not fools. They would not intentionally reveal their items' attributes, allowing their opponents an opportunity to guess their strength and discover weaknesses. Moreover, fragmented legendary items that belonged to large guilds were kept as guild secrets. They wouldn't even advertise owning one, much less revealing the item's attributes. Although Shifeng had been Shadow's guild leader in the past, the guild had not owned a single fragmented legendary item. On the other hand, the guild had owned quite a few epic items. However, at the end of the day, an epic weapon was only an epic weapon. It could never compare to a fragmented legendary weapon. Hearing Shifeng's request, Fire Dance lost her composure. Hurriedly, she sent Shifeng the 1,000 transformation statistics. As expected of a fragmented legendary weapon. Compared to this, an epic weapon is practically garbage. Shifeng's hands involuntarily trembled when he saw the weapon's attributes. 1,000 transformations, one-handed sword, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 700, agility 700. Attack power, 200% of strength. Attack speed, 2% of agility. All attributes, increases according to user's level. When equipped. Strength increased by 50%, agility increased by 60%, intelligence increased by 40%, endurance increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%. Ignore levels plus 20. All skills plus 3 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Attacks have 60% chance to trigger deadly blow, increasing damage by 220% and attack speed by 20%. 20% chance to trigger critical point effect, ignoring all block and defense effects, and dealing 330% weapon damage. Additional skill 1 dash. Phantom, when activated, summons 5 doppelgangers. The doppelgangers share attributes with the wielder. They do not have any attack power. All attacks against doppelgangers will have no effect. User can freely swap positions with any of the 5 doppelgangers without cooldown. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional skill 2 dash. True illusion, if wielder dies within 40 seconds upon activation, wielder will respawn at full HP nearby. Grants 3 seconds of invulnerability. All buffs before death will remain in effect. Cooldown, 48 hours. Additional skill 3 dash. Illusory power, increases strength by 80%, agility by 100%, and movement speed by 70%. All damage received has a 50% chance to be sent into the void. Grants immunity to all control effects. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Created by famed Smith Jax. 1,000 transformations is 65th of God's domain's 108 flawed weapons. It had lost all its power due to the blade's destruction. However, it had been recast by Grandmaster Forger Celiora. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. User, Fire Dance. An epic weapon could never hope to compare to the 1,000 transformations attributes, much less the additional skills. This weapon was perfect for assassins. However, the most impressive aspect of 1,000 transformations was the true illusion skill. It was even more amazing than the full revival skill. Even when a player revived with full revival, they would still have to suffer the death penalty and lose a level. Moreover, the monster they fought would leave combat due to their death. When said player challenged the same monster again, the monster would have recovered to full HP. The player would have to start the battle all over again. However, True Illusion was different. It could dismiss a player's death, allowing them to reappear with full HP without needing to lose a level. Even if one died in mid-battle against a monster, they could reappear and continue fighting immediately. In PvP, this skill was even more powerful. In ordinary duels, this skill might not be useful as the system would declare the outcome of the battle as soon as a player's HP fell to 1. In a death match, however, the battle would only end after a player had died. In such a situation, True Illusion would take effect, allowing the player to reappear with full HP instantly. The system would not judge the player as the loser, and the battle would continue. With this skill, with the survivability of assassins, it would be near possible to kill Fire Dance. If one did not have the strength to instant kill Fire Dance, they would not be able to kill her at all. Moreover, 1000 Transformations was now a personal weapon. Even if others wanted the flawed weapon, they could not steal it from her. Of course, if Fire Dance obtained better equipment, 1000 Transformations would go to waste. There were both pros and cons. Can you equip it now? Shifeng asked Fire Dance, his excitement evident in his tone. If Fire Dance could equip 1000 Transformations right now, they would have a much easier time in the Dark Arena. After all, that was a team battle. An individual's strength was limited. To prevent monster-like characters from dominating the entire competition, the Dark Arena ran team battles. This way, the outcome was much harder to predict. It was also impossible for one player to carry a battle team to victory. A battle team was only likely to secure victory if the majority of the members were very powerful. If Fire Dance equipped 1000 Transformations, it would undeniably increase the Azura battle team's chances of victory. My agility is sufficient. However, I don't have enough strength. Fire Dance was similarly tempted and wished she could equip the new weapon immediately. However, the weapon demanded 700 strength, and of everyone in Zero Wing, only Shifeng had met this requirement. How far are you from the requirement? Shifeng asked. I'm short by 133 points, Fire Dance felt helpless. Unfortunately, she had placed the majority of her free attribute points into agility. Her Tier 3 gemstones were also all agility types. However, had she not focused on her agility, she wouldn't have enough for that requirement either. That's quite a lot. Shifeng frowned. If it were only several dozen points, he had some ways to make up for the gap. However, over 100 points was a little too much. Unless she could replace her equipment. Right, now that you're level 38, you should be able to equip the Petrified Thorn. Try. The Tier 1 set equipment for assassins, the Dark Melody set, could decrease the equipment requirement by 3 levels. The Petrified Thorn could only be equipped at level 40. As for the other equipment requirements, Fire Dance had fulfilled them long ago. She could equip the Petrified Thorn now. Being reminded by Shifeng, Fire Dance hurriedly replaced the sub-hand True Fire Blade with the Petrified Thorn. Immediately, her attributes skyrocketed. Not only did an epic weapon provided more fixed attributes, but it also increased a player's basic attributes by a fixed percentage after being equipped. Take the Petrified Thorn for example. When equipped, it would increase the wielder's strength and agility by 10%. Moreover, the True Fire Blade was only a level 30 Dark Gold weapon. How could it possibly compete with a level 40 epic weapon in terms of attributes? Sure enough, after Fire Dance equipped the Petrified Thorn, she was only 32 strength short of reaching 700 points. Afterward, Shifeng led Fire Dance to the Candlelight trading firm and had her replace some of the Tier 3 agility gemstones with Tier 3 strength gemstones, instantly pushing her strength to 700 points. Her agility remained above 700 as well. Test it out, Shifeng said. He could not help but laugh at Fire Dance's slightly nervous expression. Michum. Fire Dance then replaced her main weapon with 1,000 transformations. Immediately, Fire Dance's aura changed massively. The pressure Shi Feng felt from her also increased tremendously. The assassin now felt like a ferocious beast that had just woken and bared its sharp fangs. Shi Feng was incomparably excited to see Fire Dance's strength increase. Currently, in terms of basic attributes, Fire Dance had surpassed him. Alright, it's time to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Empire. Shi Feng smiled. Chapter 774, Four Great Empires. In one of the bars in Star Moon City's slums, a middle-aged man in silver robes turned and looked at his surroundings. After confirming that no one had followed him, he walked into the bar. Aside from the NPC barkeeper, the bar's only occupant was a white-haired youth dressed in exquisite, black leather armor. When the white-haired youth, who had been enjoying a bottle of vodka in silence, sensed the silver-robed man walk over, he turned around and smiled, saying, "You're finally here. It seems that Black Flame has put you through quite the ringer. Did you finish what I asked you to do?" The silver-robed man was none other than Sky from the Flower of Seven Sins. He was also the first Void Realm expert Shi Feng had killed. Sky's position in the Flower of Seven Sins was extraordinary. He could be considered one of the organization's key figures. Normally, upon meeting, the Flower's members only felt fear and respect. They were deeply afraid of offending Sky, who had a strange personality. Yet, when speaking with this man, the white-haired youth remained calm and natural. If the other members saw this, they would definitely be shocked. As you guessed, he can steal players' immortal souls. However, I did not discover that item's presence on him. Really though, this incident has ruined me. I wasn't able to log into the game for 3 days. I've fallen behind in levels. I even lost an excellent pair of shoes. Say, how do you intend to compensate me for the losses? Sky said, annoyance clear in his tone as he glared at the gloating youth. Fine. They were just a pair of shoes. What do you think of this? The white-haired you asked, laughing. He then revealed a pair of level 35 dark gold ranked combat boots. Currently, God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 30, while its experts were level 33. Even expert players were barely reaching level 35. Yet, the white-haired youth could so easily hand Sky a pair of level 35 dark gold ranked combat boots. Even level 30 dark gold equipment was very difficult to obtain, not to mention level 35 dark gold equipment. That is more like it. Anything less and you'd fail to live up to your name, Silver. Sky, however, was not particularly surprised. He accepted the combat boots. You really are a strange one. Instead of looking for him yourself, you chose me to test his strength and learn whether or not he has that item. Isn't this just a waste of time? With your abilities, can't you find an opportunity to kill him fairly easily? You don't understand. There is only one chance to obtain that item. In the off chance that I alert him, I will lose that one opportunity. Besides, it was fortunate that I didn't join you. It would have been too difficult to kill him. He didn't bring the item with him either. Killing him would have been useless. Silver shook his head. Laughing softly, he said, I am not in a rush, anyway. In any case, I have other places to be, as well. However, I need you to keep a close eye on him and report any movement to me. As for the reward you requested, I'll take care of it as soon as possible. However, you mustn't forget that only you and I know this information. If I find that word has gotten out, you will suffer the consequences. Sky involuntarily shivered under Silver's warning glare. Hurriedly, he replied, I understand. Silver was a true upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins. Throughout the organization's history, Silver was the only player to join the organization's upper echelons at such a young age. His strength and abilities were extraordinary. If he offended Silver, not only would he find it impossible to mingle in God's domain, but he would also suffer in the real world. Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon Imperial City. God's domain was the home of numerous empires. The four great empires, however, towered above the rest. The Fire Dragon Empire was one of these four. The Beast Empire's imperial capital only had a player population of around 10 million. Flame Dragon City, however, had a population of over 30 million. Beast City could not compete with Flame Dragon City. At the same time, Flame Dragon City was also one of the four venues that often hosted the Dark Arena. Flame Dragon City's territory was also massive. Compared to Flame Dragon City, Starmoon City and White River City were merely small children. Currently, a large number of players had gathered in Flame Dragon City's underground arena. Every one of these players either held prominent positions in the virtual gaming world or was one of God's domain's many overlords. No one could afford to offend a single one of these players. Currently, ordinary players could not enter the underground arena as a super guild had cordoned off the area. If a player dared to cause a scene here, they would find themselves very quickly removed from God's domain. Hence, no one dared to approach without an invitation. Big Sis Rain, it's almost time, yet, those people haven't arrived yet. Should we have the others prepare for now? A charming beauty wearing luxurious, purple mage robes asked Phoenix Rain softly. We still have some time. It won't hurt to wait a little longer. If they aren't going to show up, we'll have the others take their place, Phoenix Rain said as she glanced at the charming beauty beside her. Smiling, she continued, Blue, I know you have a low opinion of Zero Wing, but Black Flame is the expert who defeated Martial Dragon. Just a while ago, he even defeated Sky from the Flower of Seven Sins. His strength is at the pinnacle of God's domain. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Blue Phoenix was no less famous than Martial Dragon. She was one of the top combatants the Phoenix Pavilion had paid a large price to nurture secretly. However, due to Martial Dragon awakening his domain a step ahead of her, Blue Phoenix was weaker than Martial Dragon. Even so, she was still an expert ranking at the very top of God's domain. Originally, Phoenix Rain had intended to allow Blue Phoenix to lead the battle team, taking advantage of her strength to make a fortune. However, Black Flame's sudden appearance had changed her mind. If she had Black Flame lead the battle team instead, she had a better chance of keeping herself hidden. At the very least, nobody would connect her with this battle team. But Black Flame looks down on us. Big Sis Rain, you only obtained this battle team slot after a lot of trouble, yet they haven't shown themselves, and we're losing time before the match begins. This shows that they're not taking this seriously at all. How could someone like this fight with everything they have in the match? Blue Phoenix complained indignantly. As Phoenix Rain waited quietly for Shifeng's arrival, a woman in a set of glamorous purple robes appeared before her. This beautiful woman radiated the air of luxury. Why, if it isn't Miss Feng? I never thought that after so many years, you'd still be a measly pavilion master. If you had agreed to my brother's conditions, you wouldn't be in such a pitiful state, Exemplary Willow said, giggling. Her eyes, however, contained ridicule as she spoke. And here I wondered who had appeared before me. So it's Miss Lu too, who recently suffered a miserable defeat at the hands of an upstart guild like Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain chuckled while covering her mouth with her hand. Hearing Phoenix Rain come back, Exemplary Willow flared with anger like a cat whose tail got stepped on. Feng Qianyu, don't think that you've won just yet. Sooner or later, I'll teach you that all your efforts are for nothing. Your fate has already been determined and cannot be changed. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion cannot help you. Not to mention, you're still just a measly, little pavilion master. Exemplary Willow snorted as she stomped away. After Exemplary Willow left, however, Phoenix Rain's complexion darkened slightly. Big Sis Rain, time's up. The organizer is ushering us to get ready. What should we do? Blue Phoenix asked. Chapter 775, Sure Kill Spell. Could he have forgotten? Phoenix Rain frowned slightly. In truth, she had more confidence in her subordinates than in Black Flame. After all, she had gone to great lengths to nurture these subordinates, molding them into experts. Moreover, they wore the best equipment the Phoenix Pavilion had to offer. She had invested a lot of time and effort into this match. Even Zero Wing, a guild famed for its equipment, was unlikely to have better equipment. Immediately, Phoenix Rain called up the system interface, intending to contact Black Flame. If the man truly wasn't going to show up, then she could only send her subordinates into the match. Although there was the risk of exposing her identity, winning the match was equally important. Just as Phoenix Rain was about to click Contact Friend, Shifeng appeared in her line of sight. However, rather than his appearance of Black Flame, Shifeng wore the features of Yifeng. Hello, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I am Yifeng, the leader of the battle team guild leader Black Flame has sent, Shifeng explained slowly. Hello. May I know where your guild leader is right now? Phoenix Rain asked as she looked at Shifeng, not taking him seriously. She knew of Yifeng. In her opinion, however, this was only a trap Black Flame had set to confuse the enemy battle team. Black Flame should be the battle team's true leader rather than this young man before her. Guild leader has something important to take care of, so he delegated all responsibilities regarding the battle team to me. If Phoenix Pavilion Master has any questions, please feel free to ask. Shifeng could tell what was going through Phoenix Rain's mind. Laughing, he said, moreover, Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you really think that it is appropriate for Zero Wing's guild leader to take part in such a competition? Then, are you saying that guild leader Black Flame won't be participating in the Dark Arena at all? Phoenix Raid asked with a chilling tone, wrathful flames flaring up in her eyes. This development was unexpected. Of course. However, Phoenix Pavilion Master, please rest assured. We won't disappoint you, Shifeng said, not particularly minding Phoenix Rain's anger. Calmly, he continued, if Phoenix Pavilion Master is still unsure, you can test my strength personally. Shifeng was very curious about Phoenix Rain's current strength. In the past, countless guilds had fallen into Phoenix Rain's hands. There was even an instance where multiple Apex experts banded together to deal with Phoenix Rain, yet without exception, she defeated every one of them. Back then, the assassination attempt had boosted Phoenix Rain's prestige in God's domain. She had been given the Demon Queen title as a result. After all, not only was she a country-toppling beauty, but she also possessed an absolute strength that allowed her to step on Apex experts. Those Apex experts, who had tried to deal with Phoenix Rain, had admitted that, when they had fought Phoenix Rain, she had killed them without taking any damage at all. Those Apex experts had been to gods to Shifeng. He had only been able to look up to them. Yet, such experts hadn't been able to land a finger on Phoenix Rain, even after banding together. Phoenix Rain's strength was inconceivable. However, after that battle, Phoenix Rain had practically avoided combat. She had left all matters to Blue Phoenix to handle. As a result, Phoenix Rain's true strength remained a mystery in God's domain. At this moment, Blue Phoenix stepped forward and said, as expected of the team leader favored by guild leader Black Flame. Since you're so confident, let me have a bout with you. Blue Phoenix was furious with Zero Wing. Black Flame had actually decided to neglect such an important match, passing all responsibility to a subordinate instead. At this point, she intended to teach Zero Wing's members a lesson and humiliating Black Flame. Of course, I have no issues with that. However, it doesn't seem like we have much time, Shifeng said after glancing the time. They only had 15 minutes before the competition officially began. If they did not enter the arena before the competition started, they would automatically forfeit the match, and their opponents would win without even fighting. 1 minute will be more than enough, Blue Phoenix said as she glanced at Shifeng's level, which he had modified to appear as level 35. Phoenix Pavilion Master, what are your thoughts? Shi Feng turned to look at Phoenix Rain. I'm also curious about guild leader Black Flame's judgment. Since he has chosen you to serve as the team leader, let me see your strength. If you cannot survive for 1 minute, I can only say that guild leader Black Flame is overly optimistic. If that's the case, I'll have to reconsider our cooperation. Despite observing Shi Feng for a long time, she did not think that Shi Feng was particularly strong. Although she felt a faint pressure from him, this pressure was minimal. It was far from the massive pressure she felt from Black Flame. The nearby dueling ring is available. You two can fight there. In truth, Phoenix Rain was also curious about Shi Feng's identity. She had seen Yi Feng's name in Zero Wing's investigation report before. However, Yi Feng had only appeared briefly during God's Domain's early stages. Afterward, he had not accomplished anything notable. Yet, Black Flame had given Yi Feng full authority over the battle team for such an important event like the Dark Arena. Even Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice leader, was only the battle team's second in command. How could this situation not pique her interest? Based on Phoenix Rain's impression, Black Flame was a man of absolute calm. He knew his priorities and had glimpsed upon the world of the great. It was impossible that Black Flame did not understand the importance of the Dark Arena. Yet, he still delegated all responsibility to Yi Feng. It would be unwise to cast aside Yi Feng without testing the young man. Hence, she decided to take the time to test Yi Feng's strength. If he could last 1 minute against Blue Phoenix, then he was relatively strong. It would not be impossible for him to secure victory in the upcoming match. After all, the other Zero Wing members of the battle team were relatively strong as well. Since Phoenix Pavilion Master doesn't have any problems with it, I have no issues with it either, Shi Feng laughed as he walked towards the dueling ring. There were many dueling rings inside the underground arena that players could rent for practice matches. However, the higher ranked the dueling ring was, the higher its rental fees were. In the dueling ring, as soon as Blue Phoenix and Shi Feng turned towards each other, the duel's countdown began. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Just as the duel was about to begin, Phoenix Rain suddenly noticed that Zero Wing's other members weren't particularly interested in watching. On the contrary, they chatted, carefree, with each other. Underestimating my subordinate? Phoenix Rain could not help but laugh. Her laughter, however, contained a hint of frost. Blue Phoenix noticed the behavior of Zero Wing's members. Good. Very good. I intended to go easy and let your team leader last a few more seconds. Now, I'll take him down in 5 seconds. Blue Phoenix inwardly swore. Blue Phoenix was a level 36 Tier 1 Elementalist. Meanwhile, her equipment consisted of level 35 dark gold and fine gold quality. The staff in her hand was even the level 30 dark gold ranked Dawn Scepter, a weapon she had obtained from a level 30 Hell Mode team dungeon. The dark gold ranked staff could even level with her to level 35. Overall, Blue Phoenix's magic damage was astonishing. Even her minor skills could inflict massive damage to an MT of the same level. Soon, the bell signaled the start of the duel. Die! With a low shout, she began drawing several lines of runes with great familiarity. Immediately, dozens of ice spears appeared around her and shot towards Shi Feng. Tier 1 Sure Kill spell, Ice Madness. Every ice spear contained immense power. Players that came into contact with the spears would suffer a debuff, their movement speed reducing by 40% and attack speed reducing by 30%. Under Blue Phoenix's control, dozens of ice spears flew towards Shi Feng from all directions. The swordsman had nowhere to hide. Moreover, Blue Phoenix had already reached the Void Realm. She could perceive her surroundings and Shi Feng's actions like the back of her hand. With Shi Feng's slightest movements, she could immediately adjust the attack angle of her ice spears. However, this was not all. Suddenly, Blue Phoenix waved her hand, and 2 ice walls appeared in front of her, preventing Shi Feng from charging at her. Chapter 776, Triple Casting. Such swift and fierce techniques. She must be more than just an ordinary expert of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Aqua Rose, who watched from the stands, was slightly stunned. She had not expected Blue Phoenix to be so highly skilled. Magical classes and melee classes' combat methods were different. Magical classes had to focus on their familiarity and control of their spells. The more familiar a player was with a spell, the faster they could cast said spell. Once they were familiar with a spell to a certain extent, they only needed minimal concentration to cast it. It was even possible for players to skip chanting completely and cast their spells instantaneously. Meanwhile, the higher a player's control was of their spells, the more spells they could cast simultaneously. Also, high-tiered spells required more control to cast. Multicasting spells was like multitasking in real life. One might be able to handle one task with ease but would find two or more simultaneous tasks difficult. For magical class players, without a certain level of control of their spells, it was impossible to cast multiple spells at once. Of course, there were some talented people who could multitask two or more tasks without training. If these people played a magical class, they could easily become experts. Even without a high degree of control, they could cast two or more spells simultaneously. One could overwhelm their enemies by multicasting spells, drowning them in a bombardment of magic. After all, evading one spell attack was already difficult, not to mention evading two or more. Being able to double cast spells would greatly increase a magical class player's variety of attack methods. They would not have to rely on monotone attacks that could be easily avoided. Naturally, this would increase their combat power by leaps and bounds. Currently, Aqua Rose could only handle double casting. Moreover, she could only cast two Tier 0 spells simultaneously. Even casting one Tier 0 and one Tier 1 spell simultaneously was beyond her. Yet, Blue Phoenix was capable of multicasting a Tier 1 sure kill spell and a Tier 0 spell. One could just imagine how superior Blue Phoenix was to her. Facing the dozens of incoming ice spears, Shifeng ran, leaving behind multiple afterimages as he moved. It was far more difficult to hit a moving player with a spell. Not to mention, Blue Phoenix had to focus on controlling so many ice spears. It's useless. Blue Phoenix had long since seen Shifeng's intentions and had taken countermeasures. However, Shifeng was also an expert in the Void Realm. He could sense the dozens of ice spears' exact locations. The instant the ice spears were about to reach him, he sidestepped and allowed the dozens of spears to brush past. He then circled the ice walls and approached Blue Phoenix. Although the Void Realm allowed players to perceive their surroundings clearly, their range was not unlimited. Their maximum range was 20 yards. As long as he was over 20 yards away from Blue Phoenix, the Elementalist could not perceive his movements in such detail. It wouldn't be possible for her to change the trajectory of her ice spears in time. However, Blue Phoenix was no fool. While controlling Ice Madness, she also used the ice walls or instant-cast frost arrows to hinder Shifeng's advance. Just as she was about to force Shifeng into a corner, she summoned 4 ice walls, surrounding Shifeng from all sides. The dozens of ice spears that had lain in wait descended on Shifeng. Boom! 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 Frost particles and white mist permeated the area. Is he dead? Blue Phoenix looked at the time. Only 3 seconds had passed since the battle had begun. Suddenly, Blue Phoenix felt that something was wrong. It felt as if a ferocious beast had just appeared behind her. Hurriedly, she activated Blink with a thought and appeared 15 yards away from her original position. Hua! Numerous blue sword lights blossomed Blue Phoenix's original location, slicing apart the afterimage she left behind. She had only been a thread away from Shifeng's strikes. Her senses sure are sharp. Shifeng sighed disappointedly. If he faced against any other class right now, he would have hit his opponent. Unfortunately, Blink could be cast with a single thought. The skill took effect instantaneously, allowing the user to appear 15 yards away. No matter how fast his sword was, it could not outmatch Blink that was close. With her Void Realm perception, Blue Phoenix had realized what Shifeng had done. So, he still had such a move. Unfortunately, it is useless. I will end everything with this. Following which, Blue Phoenix waved her finger and used Ice Dragon's Roar. In the next moment, a powerful gush of cold air blasted towards Shifeng. Just as Shifeng was about to dodge to the left, 5 great fireballs appeared, flying at him. Double casting could allow magical class players to launch preemptive strikes, using the first attack to force the enemy to reveal a weak point, then attacking said weak point with the second spell. If ordinary players did not cope with the twofold attack properly, they would not even know how they died. Void Realm magical class experts sure are difficult to deal with. Having no better options, Shifeng retreated backward, intending to avoid the 5 great fireballs before evading the Ice Dragon's Roar. However, 2 ice walls suddenly appeared behind Shifeng, sealing his path of retreat. Impossible! Astonishment appeared on Aqua Rose's face. She can actually triple cast. Double casting was already Aqua Rose's limit. Even so, double casting had increased her combat power tremendously. Yet, Blue Phoenix could triple cast. She was simply inhuman. Despite both Ice Wall and Great Fireball being Tier 0 spells, when triple casted, they were far more powerful than a Tier 2 spell. Everyone finally realized just how frightening Blue Phoenix was. It was no wonder why she had confidently claimed that she could end the battle in 1 minute. Almost anyone would be helpless against her diverse attack method. A player's only option was to confront the incoming spells. However, against Blue Phoenix's high magic damage, just how many attacks of hers could one handle? Blue is taking this too seriously, Phoenix Rain sighed helplessly as she watched her comrade's performance. It seems that Blue will be participating in the competition. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Blue Phoenix had even suppressed Martial Dragon before he had awakened his domain. Needless to say, an unknown character from Zero Wing stood no chance against the Elementalist. Hence, she had told Shifeng before that he would pass if he could survive a minute against Blue Phoenix. Now, however, it would seem that even 1 minute wasn't possible. With Blue Phoenix's current equipment, lasting 10 seconds against her serious efforts was impressive enough. Just as the Ice Dragon's Roar was about to devour Shifeng, he lightly swung Killing Ray at the torrent of cold air. Shio! 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 Multiple streaks of blue lightning pierced the Ice Dragon's Roar. 2 streaks of lightning scattered the pure white spell. Following which, another 2 streaks snaked their way towards Blue Phoenix. When Blue Phoenix saw the incoming lightning bolts, she hurriedly cast Ice Walls and Flame Explosion to defend herself. Only after breaking the 3rd ice wall did the lightning bolts vanish. Such high strength! Blue Phoenix could not help her shock as she glanced at the evaporated ice wall. However, before Blue Phoenix recovered from her shock, she saw Shifeng swing Killing Ray once more. Hurricane! Immediately, countless wind blades flew towards Blue Phoenix, leaving no space for the Elementalist to dodge. Blue Phoenix hurriedly used Blink again, escaping Hurricane's attack range. However, Shifeng had already circled to her left and was only 20 yards away from her. Elementalists could cast Blink, at most, twice in a row, with each Blink charge having a cooldown of 12 seconds. Only a few seconds had passed since she used Blink the first time. Hence, her Blink was on cooldown and was unavailable. Do you think you can approach me just because I've used up my Blink? Blue Phoenix smiled disdainfully. Waving her staff, she began casting ice walls, one after another, to block Shifeng's path. At the same time, she used ice spheres to both slow and damage Shifeng. Slowed by evading the ice walls and ice spheres, as well as pinned down by her firepower, by the time Shifeng could close in the Elementalist, Blink would have finished its cooldown. By the time Shi Feng could approach her, her blink would already be ready for use. Just as Blue Phoenix wondered how Shi Feng would evade her attacks, Shi Feng suddenly activated Defensive Blade and swung his sword at the ice wall before him. When one touched an ice wall, the spell would reduce their speed instantly. However, if one attacked an ice wall using sword aura, their speed would be unaffected. After activating Defensive Blade, Shi Feng's attack range extended to 15 yards. Peng! Suddenly, the blue sword aura shattered the ice wall before Shi Feng. He then charged past the broken ice wall. Don't even think about getting near me. Blue Phoenix cast more ice walls while bombarding Shi Feng with ice spears. However, the instant her ice walls appeared, Shi Feng's blue sword aura shattered them. The numerous ice spears Blue Phoenix fired shared a similar fate. When Shi Feng was within 15 yards of Blue Phoenix, he suddenly brandished Killing Ray at the Elementalist and triggered the lightning effect. A streak of blue light shot across the dueling ring. Not only did the sword light pierce the blocking ice wall, but it also pierced Blue Phoenix's frost body. Numerous streaks of blue light then wrapped around Blue Phoenix, devouring her HP, dropping it to 0. Chapter 777, Times Are Different. When the white mist faded, the duel's outcome was on display above the ring. Victor, Yi Feng. Just who is he? Shock and suspicion filled Phoenix Rain's eyes, her expression growing somewhat somber. She was very familiar with Blue Phoenix's basic attributes. The Elementalist definitely ranked at the very top of God's domain in this aspect. Yet, Shi Feng had surpassed Blue Phoenix. An Elementalist's ice wall was not easily destroyed. Even a berserker of equal strength couldn't shatter an ice wall with 2 or 3 hits. Even if the berserker were slightly stronger, it was impossible to destroy an ice wall with a single hit. However, Shi Feng's attributes still wasn't the most shocking aspect. What truly shocked her was his combat realm. Void Realm experts were rare. Yet, a little guild like Zero Wing actually had 2 such experts. Suddenly, Phoenix Rain realized that her knowledge of Zero Wing was somewhat lacking. Ha ha ha! Big brother Yi Feng has won. Violet Cloud cheered. Someone had even boasted that they could end the battle in 1 minute. It seems that it was true. Blackie laughed. After her defeat, Blue Phoenix was dazed for quite some time. When she looked at the name displayed above the dueling ring, then looked at the young man standing before her, a bitter feeling arose in her heart. The battle had lasted less than 10 seconds. This was the first time she had lost so miserably after her training. Moreover, Yi Feng did not seem to be particularly old. They should be roughly the same age. The bitter feeling of rivalry bloomed in Blue Phoenix's heart. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she stood out among the other talents. Despite Martial Dragon being stronger than her, she had never once held him in any regard. After all, Martial Dragon was several years older than she was. She was younger and had more potential. As long as she was given enough time, she would, sooner or later, awaken her domain as well and become one of the true experts at the peak of God's domain. Yet, now, an expert who was around the same age but significantly stronger had appeared. What infuriated Blue Phoenix the most was that Yi Feng was only a Void Realm expert, not someone with a domain. Despite the fact that they had reached the same combat realm, he had beaten her so ruthlessly. How could she accept this outcome? You're Yi Feng, right? Blue Phoenix marched up to Shi Feng, scanning the young man's appearance and committing it to memory. Michum. Shi Feng nodded as he wondered about Blue Phoenix's odd, analyzing gaze. I'll remember it. My name is Blue Phoenix. You must remember it. This name will surpass yours in the future. After saying so, Blue Phoenix turned and left the dueling ring. Shi Feng laughed in response to Blue Phoenix's declaration. He had never thought the woman would have such an abrupt personality. However, this trait had allowed Blue Phoenix to improve herself continuously and become one of the top few experts in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the future, she would grow ridiculously strong, eventually becoming a Tier 6 mage god, an existence that countless people looked up to. In Shifeng's previous life, the Tier 6 goal had been far out of his reach. Now, however, he possessed the ability to contend with a future, god-ranked expert. After this fight, Shifeng's mentality had shifted slightly. Back then, he had struggled at the very bottom. Now, however, God's domain's peak was already within his reach. Surpass me? Shifeng smirked at the departing elementalist. Silently, he swore, those who I have surpassed will only find the gap between us widening. Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you still have qualms with my participation? Shifeng asked as he turned to Phoenix Rain. To avoid exposing his identity as Black Flame, not only had Shifeng altered his level and the appearance of his equipment using the demon mask, but he had also kept many of his skills hidden, using only a few basic swordsman techniques. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to discover his secret. Moreover, Yifeng's and Black Flame's auras were greatly different from each other. Yifeng's state was his natural state. He kept Yifeng's aura sheathed, as plain as water, and one would easily mistake him as a passerby. After donning the guise of Black Flame, however, he became more flamboyant. Black Flame was like an unsheathed sword, a powerful deterring force. Wherever he went, he was the center of attraction. He felt absolute to others. I never thought that guild leader Black Flame would have someone so powerful. Even in the battle in the Stoneclaw Mountains, you never made an appearance. It seems that Zero Wing really knows how to hide its strength. Guild leader Black Flame has even fooled me, Phoenix Rain said after thoroughly re-evaluating Shifeng. Although she suspected that Black Flame was Yifeng, their auras were vastly different. Moreover, she had even used a super-advanced identification skill that could see through disguises. Even the demon mask could not hide the truth from her skill. However, even with her identification skill, Shifeng's ID displayed as Yifeng, not Black Flame. This assured Phoenix Rain that they were not the same person. The only thing she discovered was that Yifeng had altered his level. She had never imagined that Yifeng was actually level 39, 3 levels higher than herself. Since he was 3 levels higher, there would naturally be a significant gap in terms of attributes. This explained why Blue Phoenix was no match for Shifeng. Phoenix Pavilion Master, it's getting late. If we don't enter the venue now, the organizer will most likely declare a forfeit, Shifeng said as he looked at the time. They had a little over 10 minutes remaining. They would be just in time if they hurried over immediately. As for whether or not Phoenix Rain had discovered his identity, Shifeng could easily tell by the woman's behavior that his truth was safe. It was obvious that Phoenix Rain had failed to uncover his secret. Moreover, nobody would assume that Zero Wing's almighty guild leader was just a fake identity, while Yifeng was his true identity. Even if someone did suspect him of being Black Flame and had used an advanced identification skill on him, they would only discover the identity of Yifeng. Even when he wore the guise of Black Flame, his secret was still safe. He always wore a black cloak while acting as Black Flame. Even an advanced identification skill could not uncover his information. With his identity hidden, outsiders would think that there were 2 great swordsman experts in Zero Wing. With that assumption, even a first-rate guild would grow wary of Zero Wing like Phoenix Rain was now. Alright. I'll let you handle the rest. I hope that team leader Yifeng to bring me the good news of victory. Phoenix Rain smiled sweetly. She no longer treated Shifeng with indifference. On the contrary, she was surprised and pleased. With Yifeng's skills, the battle team's overall strength could not be underestimated. Moreover, with Yifeng's presence, everyone watching the competition would focus on Zero Wing. Nobody would bother with her, the battle team's backer. This way, she could earn a fortune in secret. Following which, Shifeng led Aqua Rose and the others to the underground arena's main venue. Big Sis Rain, I'm sorry. I lost to Yi Feng. After Shi Feng and the others left, Blue Phoenix was racked by guilt. Despite Phoenix Rain having the best resources the guild possessed, she still suffered defeat. Foolish girl, it was only natural that you lost. Do you know what level he is right now? Phoenix Rain chuckled softly, not blaming Blue Phoenix at all. Blue Phoenix shook her head in response. He's level 39. Phoenix Raid announced. Even the old monsters from super guilds have not reached that level yet. As for his weapons and equipment, even I don't know what he's wearing. Although his items looked plain and simple, it is clear that he had disguised them. Unfortunately, my identification skills cannot see through the disguise. Meanwhile, the fact that his attributes are far superior to yours shows that his weapons and equipment are extraordinary. It is especially true for those swords. I suspect they might even be epic weapons. Chapter 778, Peak of God's Domain. Although Phoenix Rain had not been loud, her words had stunned Blue Phoenix. Epic weapons. Currently, these items were practically legends. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion only had one epic item thus far. However, it was not a weapon. Rather, they had a pair of cloth armor gloves. This epic ranked gloves had caused a fight between the Phoenix Pavilion and Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Both pavilions had tried to claim the gloves for themselves. In the end, however, the Great Pavilion Master had given the gloves to Phoenix Rain. Due to this, Nine Dragons Emperor of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion was furious. However, Nine Dragons Emperor could not do anything about the decision because he wasn't a magical class. On the other hand, Phoenix Rain was an elementalist. The epic ranked gloves were also perfectly suited for an elementalist. To gain the greatest benefit, the gloves went to Phoenix Rain. When Blue Phoenix saw the gloves' basic attributes, she realized that the gloves were significantly stronger than dark gold equipment. Furthermore, the epic equipment increased certain basic attributes by a fixed percentage. Although the increase only ranged between 10% and 15%, to a top-tier expert with over 500 points in their main attribute, a 10% increase was a significant jump. The epic ranked gloves also had powerful skills. The gloves alone increased Phoenix Rain's combat power by nearly 30%. If an epic item was so effective, how powerful were epic weapons? Just thinking about it made Blue Phoenix shiver in fear. The fact that Shi Feng had sliced apart her ice walls with a single slash spoke volumes of his weapon's strength. However, this revelation also confused Blue Phoenix. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only managed to obtain a single piece of epic equipment after a lot of struggling. How did a small guild like Zero Wing manage to obtain two epic weapons? It seems Zero Wing isn't as simple as we thought. Neither the Star Alliance or the Flower of Seven Sins lost to Zero Wing without reason. In any case, have more people watch Zero Wing. I keep feeling that Black Flame is shrouded in mystery, Phoenix Rain sternly commanded her subordinate after pondering for some time. I understand. I'll have the intelligence department start a new, thorough investigation on Zero Wing. This was the third time Blue Phoenix had seen Phoenix Rain so serious. She believed that Phoenix Rain overestimated Zero Wing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Even if Zero Wing rose at a tremendous pace, it was still 10 years too early for it to become anything more than a first-rate guild. The virtual gaming world had been around for hundreds of years. Throughout its history, many upstart guilds had become first-rate guilds through accomplishments in a single game. However, no upstart guild had ever surpassed first-rate guilds through just a single game. Beyond that, Zero Wing had no particular backing. A sea of people filled the underground arena's main venue. There were two modes of combat in the underground arena. The first was the system-acknowledged ranking matches held in the basic, advanced, and special areas. The second mode was a zero-restriction match. For zero-restriction matches, players could fight special area experts without requiring combat results in the underground arena. However, the size of the venues and rules were different. Even the fees were different. The basic venue for zero-restriction matches could hold far more people than that of the ranking matches. Each venue could hold roughly 500 people. If one wanted to reserve the venue, each day cost 3 gold. Inside the venue, players could fight however they wished. There were no restrictions to the number of fights that could be held. As for the advanced venue, it could hold 3,000 people. Reserving it for the day cost 10 gold. The special venue could hold 20,000 people, and reserving it for a day cost 100 gold. Even large guild could not afford to reserve the special venue. The main venue towered above the special venue. The number of people the main venue could hold depended on the city's rank. A kingdom's main venue could hold roughly 50,000 people. An empire's main venue could hold roughly 70,000 to 80,000 people. The main venue of the 4 great empires' underground arenas could hold roughly 100,000 people. Aside from accommodating larger crowds, the greatest difference between zero-restriction matches and ranking matches was the size of the dueling rings. In basic venues, the dueling rings there could support one-on-one matches. The dueling rings of advanced venues could support 3-on-3 matches at most. Special venues could hold 10-on-10 matches. Lastly, main venues could hold 100-on-100 matches. In the underground arena, the spectator stands offered the full view of the dueling ring. One could observe the battlefield from whichever angle they desired. Battles involving hundreds of players frequently occurred across God's domain. However, it was difficult to observe these battles without being dragged into the fray. However, that would not happen in the underground arena. Players could observe the battles in the dueling rings closely. Hence, players favored the underground arena. The various large guilds would also often rehearse 100-man team battles here. However, unlike the other venues, each underground arena only possessed one main venue. Moreover, the rental fee was very expensive. Renting out the main venue in White River City cost more than 300 gold. As for the 4 great empires, their main venues cost 600 gold to rent each day. Through Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm, Shifeng only raked in roughly 1,000 gold of profit each day. Yet, it cost 600 gold to rent the main venue. Meanwhile, such competitions occurred in the 4 great empires' underground arenas every day. The wealth of the Dark Arena's organizer was obvious. Neither the participating players, nor the audience members needed to pay an entry fee. Of course, they all required an invitation to enter. No one could enter the main venue without one. However, even without charging an entrance fee, the Dark Arena's organizer still made an immense profit. The organizer charged a 1% processing fee for all winning bets in the Dark Arena. Although 1% might not seem much to whoever won the bet, only those of extraordinary status were invited to watch the battles. Even 1% was an extraordinary amount of money. Furthermore, there were a lot of people betting on the fights. The organizer earned far more than just 600 gold each day. With so much profit at stake, it was natural that the position of the Dark Arena's organizer was not permanent. Initially, one would secure the position by influence. Later, they secured it with strength. Why were the various major corporations pushing their battle teams to secure victory with every match? They pushed because only the top few ranking battle teams could qualify to challenge the Dark Arena's organizer. Hence, the qualifications to form a Dark Arena battle team were precious. When Shifeng learned that Phoenix Rain had qualified to send a battle team to the Dark Arena, he had been shocked. There are so many people here. After Blackie entered the main venue, the scene had left him awestruck. The competition venue, which could accommodate 100,000 players, was about 20% full. These people have extraordinary statuses. Most likely, even the most inferior among them are upper echelons of first-rate guilds, Aqua Rose stated. When she swept a glance over the audience members, she noticed several upper echelons from first-rate guilds. She even spotted the guild leaders of several first-rate guilds. It's not just the upper echelons of the first-rate guilds in God's domain. Many famous experts have been invited as well. In addition, the representatives from many major corporations have received invites. However, the Dark Arena is lively today, Shi Feng explained slowly. He had visited the Dark Arena many times in his previous life. Back then, however, he had been over level 100. By then, many people had discovered the Dark Arena. Moreover, the battles he had watched had usually been between relatively skilled battle teams. Even then, the venues were only about 30% full. Currently, the Dark Arena was still new, only emerging recently. An occupancy rate of 20% was already considerably high. As staff members guided Shi Feng and his team into the dueling ring, their appearance had elicited a small cry from a corner of the audience stands. "Isn't that Yi Feng?" Zhao Yueru exclaimed as she rubbed her eyes, thinking they had fooled her. However, no matter how she stared, the man was undoubtedly Yi Feng. Why is he here? Chapter 779, Zero Wing's True Appearance. Hearing Zhao Yueru's shriek, Gentle Snow, who sat beside her in silver armor, could not help but turn to look. This, Gentle Snow was slightly surprised as well. Even in Star Moon Kingdom, Yi Feng unknown to the public. However, Gentle Snow knew very well that, if not for Yi Feng's help, it would have been impossible for her to defeat Chao Chenghua. One could say that Yi Feng was quite strong. However, being strong and being able to participate in the Dark Arena were entirely different things. After not encountering Yi Feng for a short time, the man had become one of the Dark Arena's participants. This sudden development was truly shocking. Just what kind of place was the Dark Arena? It was a hub for the top powers in God's domain. Even the guild leader of a second-rate guild was not qualified to receive an invitation. Only first-rate guilds would have the opportunity to watch the matches here. Although Zero Wing had risen to prominence in Star Moon Kingdom, and it was as strong as a first-rate guild, it was still an unknown existence to the majority of God's domain. After all, Star Moon Kingdom was only one of the many kingdoms in God's domain. Even if the guild received an invite to the Dark Arena, it shouldn't have happened for another several months. Yet, Yi Feng had joined a battle team. Joining a battle team required far more than joining the audience. Snow, look. It's not just Yi Feng. Zero Wing's upper echelons are here, too. Zhao Yueru quickly noticed Aqua Rose and the others, who followed Shi Feng closely. During the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, Zero Wing's upper echelons had allowed the various large guilds to gain a new understanding of their strength. Although their victory against the Flower of Seven Sins mainly attributed to Black Flame's uncontrolled power, the fact that they had lasted so long against the assassins and suffered so few losses was astounding. It was especially true for Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud. These three women had stood against the Flower's party leaders without assistance. They were extraordinarily strong. After the war, Gentle Snow had even asked for a copy of the battle video. Although Gentle Snow knew that it was not appropriate to ask for the favor, she was very keen to know the process of that battle. After all, the battle between the Flower of Seven Sins and Zero Wing's upper echelons had been a crucial turning point in the war. At the same time, that team battle had been the most intense in Star Moon Kingdom so far. How could anybody resist watching such a battle? For experts wanting to improve on their combat techniques, the recording of that battle was a priceless treasure. Hence, Gentle Snow had specifically asked Shi Feng for a copy. Black Flame, Gentle Snow could not help but smile bitterly as she watched the Azura battle team, which consisted only of Zero Wing's members. She could not help the feeling that Black Flame had played her for a fool. She had not viewed Zero Wing as particularly powerful in the past. However, what was the truth? Gentle Snow even began to suspect if Black Flame had been putting up an act all along and was secretly laughing at everything she did. The rights to send a battle team into the Dark Arena were not easy to obtain. Without a powerful background, the various international corporations would not bother acknowledging Zero Wing. Yet, Zero Wing was here, with a battle team consisting fully of its own members, in the Dark Arena. This showed that Zero Wing did not lack a background. Gentle Snow finally realized why Zero Wing dared to pick a fight with Open Source Corporation. While Gentle Snow sighed, depression overwhelmed another corner of the spectator stands. Guild leader, they are, Purple Eye's eyes nearly fell out of her sockets when she saw Zero Wing's members enter the dueling ring. It would have been nothing if only one or two Zero Wing members were on the battle team. However, every slot of that battle team belonged to a Zero Wing member. That damned exemplary Willow. And damn the elders who can think of nothing but profit. Every one of them should go to hell. Galaxy Past cursed as he paled. At this point, he had no idea what to say. They've doomed the Star Alliance. He had never considered Black Flame to be an irrational man. He had reasons to be confident if he actually dared to provoke Open Source Corporation's exemplary Willow. The situation should have stayed between exemplary Willow and Black Flame. However, due to those elders, the Star Alliance had gotten mixed up in a fight between these titanic forces. Now, not only had the Star Alliance become cannon fodder, but it had also angered Zero Wing. Furthermore, exemplary Willow had up and left after the Star Alliance's defeat. However, the Star Alliance could not leave. Purple Eye's hatred towards exemplary Willow and the guild elders also ran deep. The Star Alliance was her home. Now that the Star Alliance had provoked Zero Wing, it was only a matter of time before the Alliance was annihilated. However, that was not the most crucial issue. The Star Alliance had built its main base of operations in Star Moon Kingdom. If they moved their main base to another country, it would be extremely difficult to compete with the other guilds there. It's okay. With this information, it's not too late to turn things around. After this competition is over, we will immediately hold a meeting with our highest members. At this moment, Galaxy Past truly regretted letting exemplary Willow finance the Star Alliance. In return for a little funding, they had provoked a power that they should have left alone. Are we going to return right now? Purple Eye asked curiously. Since we're already here, we can't leave empty-handed. Although the Glorious Lions battle team has won against two strong battle teams in a row, Zero Wing's upper echelons are capable of taking down the Flower of Seven Sins. With Zero Wing's combat power, there is a 60% chance that they will win, Galaxy Past said, bitterness blooming in his heart. To learn just how powerful Zero Wing was, he had sacrificed 80% of the guild's elite members. God forbid, if he did not earn back some of his losses today. I'll place a bet right away. When Purple Eye heard Galaxy Past's words, she realized something. Even super guilds feared the Flower of Seven Sins. Since Zero Wing could defeat those assassins, they should have no trouble defeating the Glorious Lions battle team. At the same time, Gentle Snow's people were also frantically placing bets, wagering every rare material and top-tier equipment they had with them on the Azura battle team. Snow, I've already bet all of the materials I brought. Although Zhao Yueru somewhat hated Yi Feng, she could not help but acknowledge the man's strength. In Zero Wing, only Black Flame was stronger. Hence, the possibility of the Azura battle team obtaining victory was very high. Since they knew that there was an extremely high chance for the Azura battle team winning, they could not miss this chance to make a profit. I even wagered my staff. There really isn't anything else I can bet. Notify old Sue to bring as many rare materials as he can immediately, Gentle Snow said. She could not help but laugh as she watched her money-grubbing friend. While the audience placed their bets, the Glorious Lions and Azura battle team had arrived at the center of the battlefield. Brother Yi Feng, long time no see, everlasting war greeted Shi Feng. I never thought we would meet again under such circumstances. He had long since acknowledged Yi Feng's strength. Unfortunately, Hua Qiushui had her own considerations. I'm surprised as well. What would you like to bet this time? Shi Feng could see Everlasting War's helplessness and guilt. However, he was quite pleased that he had rejected the Glorious Lions. Otherwise, where would he have found the opportunity to allow Zero Wing's upper echelons to participate in such a competition? Moreover, he had full authority over the battle team. This was an opportunity he could never have dreamed of in his previous life. As the battle team's representative, he could propose a bet with their opponent. As for the winnings they earned from the audience's bets, the system was responsible for distributing them. We don't really care. What do you wish to bet? Everlasting War laughed. There was nothing in God's domain that they did not possess. Hence, they did not particularly care what they gambled. Moreover, Everlasting War was confident that the Glorious Lions would win this match. Since you do not care, I won't be courteous. Shi Feng had never thought that Everlasting War was so wealthy to dismiss profit. Chapter 780, Wager. Before the match began, the audience began to place their bets. Everyone came to the dark arena for two reasons. The first was to earn rare materials and top-tier equipment. The second was to watch an exciting battle. As soon as the two battle teams stepped into the dueling ring, everyone began searching for information regarding the team members and placing their bets based on what they found. The audience was shocked by what they found. Why does this Azura battle team consist of members from a small guild? Just who established the Azura battle team? Have they lost their mind? Aside from Aqua Rose, who has some fame, the other members are nobodies. So what if they're somewhat famous in Star Moon Kingdom? Do they think they can win the competition with such low standards? Are they taking the Dark Arena seriously? Or can the Azura battle team not afford to hire even a few famous experts? With such a battle team, the Glorious Lions would find it hard to lose even if they wanted to. It seems the Glorious Lions will win their third match in a row. Once the audience members read what information had been collected on Zero Wing, they couldn't believe their own eyes. Although Zero Wing was not weak, it was not particularly strong either. Black Flame was the only notable figure in the guild. However, there was no sign of Black Flame. Moreover, none of the members had even set foot into the realms of refinement. Their equipment might rank at the top in their kingdom, but what did that matter in the Dark Arena? The Dark Arena was the hub for God's domain's top powers. Top-tier equipment in a kingdom was nothing in this place. One could see this much just by looking at Glorious Lion's leader, Everlasting War. Everlasting War wore a complete level 35 fine gold set equipment, the current best set equipment in God's domain. It was significantly stronger than a level 30 dark gold set equipment. Everything else the man wore was level 35 dark gold equipment as well. He was also fully equipped with tier 3 gemstones. As for Zero Wing's members, they had not replaced their equipment since level 30. They were no match for Everlasting War. They dare call themselves Azura with such members? This is a joke. If Black Flame made an appearance, the show might be interesting, but it seems that Black Flame has allowed his guild members to venture off on their own. Bet on the Glorious Lions. Although many will bet on them as well, a small profit is still profit. Many among the audience could not help but sigh with disappointment at the lost chance to make a fortune. However, Gentle Snow's excitement grew as she watched this development. Hee hee. Sure enough, none of them know about that incident. Zhao Yueru giggled as she watched the other audience members place their bets on the Glorious Lions. Alright, stop laughing. We only discovered it by coincidence, Gentle Snow strictly reprimanded her companion. Although plenty of information about the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains had leaked, most of this information came from independent players who had watched from afar. At such a great distance, nobody had been able to get a clear recording of the apex battle between Zero Wing and the Flower of Seven Sins. Moreover, only a few of the Star Alliance's upper echelons knew about the Flower of Seven Sins striking out against Zero Wing. The other guilds had no idea about the assassination attempts. They only knew that the Star Alliance had hired experts to deal with Zero Wing's upper echelons. As for the secret pavilion, they would not be so foolish as to share a great secret. What the secret pavilion chose to reveal confirmed that Zero Wing's upper echelons had powerful basic attributes. However, they did not reveal any information about the experts they had faced. Although Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose had yet to become Refinement Realm experts, they could exert enough combat power to face down Flowing Water Realm experts. Furthermore, the Azura battle team had Yifeng. Overall, the Azura battle team had 4 experts who could rival Flowing Water Realm experts. The other members were strong enough to contend with Refinement Realm experts. To put it simply, it would not be difficult for the Azura battle team to secure victory against the Glorious Lions. It was a pity that Black Flame was not here. Otherwise, the Azura battle team might have won this competition without question. Auntie Hua, you must avenge me. Exemplary Willow immediately burst with anger when she saw that every member of the Azura battle team was from Zero Wing. She had lost quite a bit of money in the last war. To make matters worse, she had failed to annihilate Zero Wing. She had never imagined the despicable guild would appear before her once more. Did this battle team provoke you somehow? Hua Qiushue asked, laughing. Yes. They caused me to lose a lot of money. Auntie Hua, since the Glorious Lions battle team is yours, do you think you can raise the wager and make them suffer? Exemplary Willow gnashed her teeth as she glared at the Azura battle team. Alright. However, both sides have to accept the wager first. If the other side refuses, I can't do anything about it. But rest assured, your Auntie Hua will definitely make them pay. Hua Qiushue nodded. She had nothing against the Azura battle team. However, she was not fond of the man known as Yifeng. Not only had he refused to participate in her audition, but he had also appeared before her as the leader of the Azura battle team. Society's inner circle was only so big. If Yifeng won this competition and others learned of their history, she would be a laughingstock. Now that even Lu Shishir asked her to avenge the loss the girl had suffered, she could use this opportunity to teach Yifeng a lesson. In the dueling ring. What did you say? Everlasting War asked again. The other Glorious Lions members were similarly stunned by Shi Feng's offer, thinking that they had heard wrong. Both primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were necessary materials to construct a stable. The various large guilds in God's domain were keeping a tight hold on their stocks, causing the prices to skyrocket. For example, the primal emerald wood had cost 40 gold per log not too long ago. Each log was already worth as much as a piece of dark gold equipment. Now, however, each log cost 60 gold. As for the soul cultivating stone, each stone originally sold for 30 gold. Now, no one would part with theirs even for 50 gold. These two materials had become strategic resources for guilds. Even in the dark arena, not many were willing to wager these items. After all, a stable was simply too important to a guild. It was far more valuable than any of the current dark gold weapons and equipment. Yet, Shi Feng wanted to gamble 40 logs of primal emerald wood and 24 soul cultivating stones. Even Everlasting War did not have the authority to approve of such a large bet. Furthermore, the swordsman also wanted 30,000 magic crystals and 1,000 pieces of level 30 and above dark gold equipment. Even their total profits from the previous 2 matches were not worth so much. 40 logs of primal emerald wood, 24 soul cultivating stones, 30,000 magic crystals, and 1,000 pieces of level 30 and above dark gold equipment. What do you think, Brother Everlasting? If you think the wager is too low, we can increase it further, Shi Feng repeated. Zero Wing's recent expansion had been massive. While the guild did not lack mysterious iron and secret silver equipment, there was a shortage of top-tier equipment. Lately, Zero Wing's main force had been busy dealing with other matters and had not raided any dungeons. In addition to the recent expansion, Zero Wing needed level 30 dark gold equipment. If he could obtain 1,000 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment from this match, it would make up for the guild's shortage. Everlasting War was rendered speechless. Previously, he had boasted that he did not care what they bet. He had never dreamed that Shifeng would offer such an expensive wager. There was no doubt that Shifeng could afford this gamble. After all, if either side did not have the ability to pay up, the system would not allow the battle to begin. Hence, Shifeng had no reason to lie. Moreover, he was not that kind of person. Brother Yifeng, please wait a moment. I don't have the authority to agree to such a large wager. I need to ask my superior. For now, Everlasting War could only offer an excuse. Following which, he contacted Hua Qiushui and reported the situation honestly. Director Hua, the Azura battle team has offered the wager. Please take a look. If this is not enough, they are willing to increase the bet. When Hua Qiushui saw Shifeng's wager, her complexion darkened. Auntie Hua, are you not feeling well? Exemplary Willow asked curiously when she saw Hua Qiushui's expression. Chapter 781, Hidden Strength. Hua Qiushui waved off Exemplary Willow's question and said, "It's nothing. Watch your Auntie Hua avenge your losses." "Thank you, Auntie Hua." Exemplary Willow smiled sweetly, her mood brightening. Following which, Hua Qiushui contacted Everlasting War and asked in a low tone, "Everlasting, what is your opinion on the Azura battle team's strength?" "My opinion?" Everlasting War wondered why Hua Qiushui asked such a question. The Azura battle team is very strong. A few of its members feel like intense threats. As for the team leader, Yifeng, he is a refinement realm expert. However, based on our team's strength, winning should not be a problem. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition. 2 were 1-on-1s, 1 was a 2-on-2, and 2 were 3-on-3s. To secure victory, a battle team only needed to win 3 matches. Even if a battle team had an invincible expert, at most, the team would win 1 match, not the competition. Furthermore, Yifeng was not invincible. Everlasting War was 60% certain of defeating Yifeng. There should not be a problem. Hua Qiushui's expression was stern. Even for her, this was a very large wager. If the Azura battle team's employer wasn't a fool, then they must be absolutely confident of their team. Although Hua Qiushui trusted Everlasting War's estimation, she did not think that the Azura battle team's employer would bet on luck. A fool like that would never make it to a place like this. Everlasting, do what you need to. We're sending in Team 2. After giving it some thought, Hua Qiushui made up her mind. Are we really going to mobilize Team 2? Everlasting War was shocked. Currently, we still have quite a few matches to win before we can challenge the organizer. Is mobilizing Team 2 necessary? If we reveal our strength too soon, it would only make it easier for our future opponents to learn our weaknesses. 9 people had been chosen during the Glorious Lions audition. Including Everlasting War, they formed a full battle team. Afterward, however, Everlasting War learned that those 9 members were only reserves. The battle team's official members had long since been decided. Only, Hua Qiushui had never mentioned that before the audition. This had been the Glorious Lions battle team's secret. So far, he had only been introduced to 2 of the other 9 official members. However, both of these people were strong enough to frighten Everlasting War. When the audition members learned that they were merely reserve members, they were not pleased. As a result, the 9 of them had fought the 2 official members in a team battle. In the end, victory had belonged to the two official members. Neither had even lost any HP throughout the battle. The 9 audition members had no choice but to admit their defeat. The difference in their strengths was too massive. Hence, the Glorious Lions battle team's reserve members formed Team 1, while Team 2 consisted of the battle team's official members. Even Everlasting War had no idea where Hua Qiushui had found these experts. Meanwhile, Everlasting War was only Team 2's vice leader. As for the mysterious official leader, even now, Everlasting War had yet to him. However, whenever he saw Hua Qiushui converse with that person, the woman would show respect. Her voice carried none of the commanding tone it usually had when she spoke to him. The wager is too big to risk. Notify the organizer. The competition has not begun yet, so there should be no issues in making a last-minute change to our roster, Hua Qiushui demanded. In truth, aside from worrying that the Azura battle team hid its strength, Hua Qiushui wanted to show Yifeng that the audition members were merely part of a reserve team. They were minor characters she used to deceive her enemies. I understand. Everlasting War sighed helplessly. He had looked forward to an intense match against the Azura battle team. Now, however, that was no longer possible. The members of Team 1 were capable of defeating the Azura battle team. However, there was a massive gap between Team 1 and Team 2. The Azura battle team had no hopes of winning against Team 2. After the Glorious Lions battle team and the Azura battle team confirmed their bets and registered their participating members, a commotion ripped through the main venue. What is this? Why did the Glorious Lions swap out their members? Wait, the team's leader, Everlasting War, is still on the team. Only the other members have been replaced. Don't tell me they're complaining that the Azura battle team is too weak and are trying to up the risk of the competition. The audience fell into a heated discussion. Although last-minute replacements frequently occurred in the Dark Arena, there had never been a full team replacement, excluding the leader. Something's not right. Gentle Snow's expression suddenly turned grim. Snow, what's going on? Zhao Yueru asked curiously. The Glorious Lions aren't replacing their stronger members with weaker ones. They're replacing their weaker members with stronger ones. Gentle Snow said seriously. I had never imagined that the Glorious Lions would have hidden their strength so deeply. They kept their true strength hidden all this time. The Azura battle team is in danger. Snow, how do you know that the Glorious Lions have replaced their weaker team with a stronger one? Their levels are mostly the same. Zhao Yueru looked at the levels of the new members. The highest among them was level 36, while the lowest was level 35. They were not much stronger than the previous team. Moreover, she had never seen any of the new members before. They were not particularly famous in the virtual gaming world. It's not surprising that you don't know them. I have only encountered a few of these people by chance, Gentle Snow said, smiling bitterly. That tanned, skinny level 36 assassin named Long Rainbow defeated 4 of Underworld's 7 ghosts by himself in the Divine Battlefield. He is slightly stronger than Great Ghost, the 7 ghosts' #1 expert. That level 36 blue-armored swordsman named Blood Sun defeated War Wolf and Soaring Snake by himself in the Divine Battlefield as well. She had only discovered this information from her spies in Underworld. Currently, Underworld sided with Chao Qinghua. Naturally, she had been forced to take her own countermeasures. These incidents had flabbergasted Underworld's upper echelons. Nobody could have imagined that their top experts, who had gone into the Divine Battlefield to grind, would have been hunted for points. Gentle Snow had been quite pleased when she heard the news. She never imagined that someone other than Black Flame would cause so much trouble for Underworld. Now, however, she felt no joy at all. That can't be true, right? Since when have the Glorious Lions been so strong? Zhao Yueru knew plenty about Underworld's 7 ghosts. She also remembered War Wolf's strength. The man had played with Fierce Snake, one of Ouroboros's 12 apostles, like a toy. Even Zhao Yueru feared the man's strength. Yet, someone had defeated such a powerful expert despite him combining his strength with soaring snakes, the 12 apostles' #1 expert. Like gentle snow, Phoenix Rain, who sat comfortably in a VIP room, frowned deeply. Damn it! Why is he here? Phoenix Rain glared at the glorious lion's new leader, complaining indignantly, do the battle wolves not care about their reputation? Chapter 782, Famed Sword Bonfire. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix was confused. This was the first time she had seen Phoenix Rain grow so angry. In her eyes, Phoenix Rain was a lofty queen. She was always calm and dignified. Even when competing with a super guild over an item, she spoke and smiled peacefully. Now, however, she was clearly anxious. It was simply inconceivable. Phoenix Rain had also realized that she had lost her composure. Smiling bitterly, she explained, Yifeng's group is doomed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bet so much on the Azura battle team. Big Sis Rain, is that man particularly powerful? Blue Phoenix watched the middle-aged man, who now led the Glorious Lions. Appearance-wise, this middle-aged man had a handsome face, a strong body, and sharp eyes that resembled an eagle's. He wore silver-black armor and carried a flame-red greatsword. He looked like a towering war god. After analyzing the man just for a short moment, Blue Phoenix suddenly noticed that the man's gaze shifted towards her as if he noticed her watching him. Blue Phoenix was afraid. Not only was she far from the dueling ring, but she was also in a VIP room. The players in the dueling ring should not be able to see inside the VIP rooms at all. Blue, you understand now, right? Anger filled Phoenix Rain's eyes as she glared at the new team leader. Big Sis Rain, who is that man? Why haven't I heard of someone with so much power? Blue Phoenix asked as she realized just how powerful the middle-aged man was, shock setting in. Logically, such monster-level characters should disdain taking part in such competitions, yet here one was. It was no wonder why Phoenix Rain had become so enraged. Although you've never met him before, you should have heard his name, Phoenix Rain said as she shook her head. He is one of the 4 great wolf kings of the battle wolves, Sirius. That's him. Blue Phoenix immediately understood Phoenix Rain's anger. The Battle Wolves was a super guild that had existed for over 100 years. The guild's 4 great wolf kings had shaken the virtual gaming world with their fame for many years now and were mainly responsible for pushing the Battle Wolves to the peak of the virtual gaming world. Only, 8 years ago, the 4 great wolf kings had removed themselves from the public eye. No one had heard any news about the wolf kings after that. For those who remember them, however, the names of the 4 great wolf kings still resounded like thunder in their ears. Now, an old monster had arrived to participate in a competition between the younger generation. This was harassment. Big Sis Rain, why don't we notify Yifeng and tell him about this? Although Blue Phoenix had lost to Shifeng, at the end of the day, they were on the same side. Now that Sirius had joined the competition, they could only send cannon fodder at him, losing the match intentionally and focusing on the other matches. No need. Yifeng is no fool. He can tell how powerful Sirius is. I don't think he'll try to face Sirius head-on, Phoenix Rain said. However, Sirius isn't the only one to watch out for. There are several other members who are extremely dangerous as well. Even if Yifeng chooses the right members for the matchups, this will be a hard battle. Are we going to lose our first competition? Blue Phoenix was frustrated. She wished she was a part of the battle team's roster. They might even have a chance at victory. However, now that the competition roster had been set, no further changes were allowed. If you lose, you lose. Victory and defeat are common on the battlefield. In any case, this will be a profitable loss. At the very least, we now know the Glorious Lions battle team's trump card. Although Phoenix Rain was frustrated as well, one must know when to surrender. Fortunately, this was only their first competition, not a crucial competition. The only problem was that Zero Wing would, most likely, suffer a huge loss of resources this time. This is odd, though. Hua Qiushue is a calm and collected woman. Why would she suddenly decide to deal such a vicious blow to a new battle team, going so far as to reveal her trump card? Guild leader, the Glorious Lion's atmosphere is weird. Their previous team leader has been demoted to vice leader. The other members don't seem to like him either, Aqua Rose stated curiously as she watched the Glorious Lions rest a short distance away. Changing members at the last minute was a basic strategy in such competitions, so she had not been particularly surprised by the sudden development. After all, with every battle in the Dark Arena, a large number of people would analyze the players in the competition. If a battle team revealed their cards to the public, the team's next opponent would prepare a strategy to counter them. To prevent exploitation, last-minute substitutions were normal. Only, despite Everlasting War being the vice leader of the team, the others seemed to disregard him. None of them treated him with any respect. This was strange to behold. They're probably just not on the same wavelength, Shi Feng laughed. He could not help but shift his gaze towards Sirius. However, their new team leader is really powerful. I wonder how the Glorious Lions found such an individual. In the past, Shi Feng had never heard of Everlasting War becoming the vice leader of the Glorious Lions. As far as he knew, Everlasting War had always been the Glorious Lions team leader. Most of the battle team, though, had been replaced. After all, every fighter in the Dark Arena wished to become the organizer. Hiding one's strength was a basic strategy. Only, Shi Feng had never imagined that the Glorious Lions had hidden so much strength. Everlasting War himself was already quite formidable. However, none of the substituted members were weak. Furthermore, the new team leader was immeasurably powerful. It was especially true for that great sword on Sirius's back. Shi Feng was extremely familiar with that particular weapon. It was one of God's domain's 36 famed swords, Bonfire. However, according to Shi Feng's memory, a berserker named Deathless had owned Bonfire. Could he be deathless? Shi Feng was fiercely curious. However, he shook his head and denied the thought. No. Deathless had not joined God's domain this early. Everlasting, for this competition, you'll fight in the last 3-on-3. Leave everything else to Thousand and the others, Sirius announced in a gravelly tone that left no room for argument as he glanced at Everlasting War. I understand. Even if Everlasting War was unhappy with this decision, he could only nod in agreement. In truth, however, he was not dissatisfied at all. If not for Sirius's guidance, he would not have improved so fast. Only, it was unfortunate that he would not get the opportunity to fight. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition. The first match was a 1-on-1. Following it would be a 2-on-2, and then another 1-on-1. If they won the first 3 matches, there would be no need for the last 2 3-on-3s. Thousand, you'll be our spearhead. Take it a little easy, and don't let the opponent die too quickly. I don't wish to reveal the battle team's strength so soon, Sirius said deeply. I understand, the level 36 ranger called Thousand Blades nodded, chuckling. Seeing Thousand Blades walk up to the dueling ring, the other battle team members expressed their displeasure. TCH. Why has he been chosen again? What can we do? Our leader doesn't want to reveal too much of our strength. Naturally, sending Thousand is the best choice. After all, his combat power ranks in the middle of our team. He should be able to deal with the enemy easily while pulling the wool over those intelligence personnel's eyes. When the other members heard this deduction, they understood Sirius's decision. After all, they had already garnered plenty of attention with the sudden substitutions. Restraining their strength would benefit them. When Zero Wings members saw that their first opponent would be a ranger, everyone began to volunteer for the match. Guild leader, let me fight. We're both rangers. It is a good opportunity to determine which battle team is superior, Minor Wind said hurriedly. No. As a precaution, Aqua Rose will face him, Shifeng said as he shook his head. He had already formulated his own plan. Chapter 783, Thousand Blades vs Aqua Rose. _ When the Zero Wing team heard Shifeng's decision, they were confused. The Cursemancer was a magical class, so it would be at a disadvantage against a ranger. At the very least, they should send a ranger like Minor Wind to negate the class advantage or an assassin or berserker, which countered rangers. Guild leader, let me take him on instead. My class is particularly effective against rangers. This match will be ours, Fire Dance suggested. The others agreed with her proposal. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition, but they only needed to win 3 to emerge victorious. If they could win the first match, it would increase their chances of winning and the team's morale. Moreover, during their journey to the Dark Arena, the team had noticed a change to Fire Dance's weapons. Fire Dance, who had never replaced her True Fire blades before, had replaced both of them. The True Fire blades were set weapons. Both were also top-tier Dark Gold weapons. Even on their own, they were only slightly weaker than level 35 Dark Gold weapons. However, even 2 level 35 Dark Gold weapon could not compete against the True Fire blades' set effects. Yet, Fire Dance had still replaced them. This told them that the new weapon's attributes must far surpass the True Fire blades. Now that Fire Dance had gained a boost to her attributes, with her combat techniques, she should be able to defeat the ranger easily. No. Aqua is the best choice here. You have more important matters to deal with. Shifeng shook his head. His decision was firm. Shifeng knew quite a bit about the ranger named Thousand Blades. After all, he had been one of the Glorious Lions battle team's members in the past. Thousand Blades also often took part in the Dark Arena battles. In these top-tier competitions, attributes meant very little. Even if Minor Wind wore a Tier 1 set equipment and was slightly stronger than those wearing level 35 Dark Gold equipment in terms of attributes, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. Minor Wind's other equipment would not give him an advantage against Thousand Blades. Both rangers were also fully equipped with Tier 3 gemstones. To put it simply, Minor Wind did not have much of an advantage with his attributes at all. In the end, the fight would come down to techniques. Based on Shifeng's estimations, if Minor Wind had an equipment score of 2,000 points, then Thousand Blades would have around 1,800 points. Although there was a gap, techniques could easily close that gap. This was commonplace in the Dark Arena. Moreover, tools were not allowed in Dark Arena battles. This meant that the fight would come down to techniques and equipment. Minor Wind had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm. He could only exert his body to its limits. How could he possibly challenge a refinement realm expert like Thousand Blades, someone who could control his body's power freely? After Shifeng made his decision, the fighters' names appeared above the dueling ring, which had an area of 300 by 300 yards. Thousand Blades vs Aqua Rose. The Azura battle team is pretty pitiful. They're actually sending Aqua Rose, the most famous player on their team, into the first match. It seems they really don't have anybody who will be a challenge, the assassin Long Rainbow laughed. Unfortunately, even she is no match for Thousand. They would have been better off sending cannon fodder. They've just lost their only chance to win. Based on our reports, the Sword King, Black Flame, is the only capable player in Zero Wing. I really wish I could fight him. That way, I could take the title of Sword King for myself, Blood Sun, the blue-armored swordsman, said. He could not help his sigh as he looked over the Azura battle team roster. The Glorious Lions' other members nodded their agreement. This first match told them everything they needed to know. The Azura battle team stood no chance of victory. If Aqua Rose were a refinement realm expert, even with a class disadvantage, she could put up a good fight against Thousand Blades. Unfortunately, she was not. Even though she was only a thread away from the threshold, without actually setting foot into the refinement realm, there would be a massive gap between her skills and Thousand Blades. Big Sis Rain, what is going on with Yifeng? He sent Aqua Rose up. Can't he judge Thousand Blades' strength? Previously, Blue Phoenix had come to admire Shifeng. Now, however, Shifeng's choice had disappointed her. Thousand Blades had not bothered hiding his combat power at all. His actions were so smooth and natural, without any excess movement, it was obvious he had already reached the refinement realm. No matter how I look at it, Thousand Blades should have reached the refinement realm. Even if Yifeng doesn't face the ranger himself, at the very least, he should send Fire Dance, right? Fire Dance was Zero Wing's #1 assassin. In terms of techniques, she was on par with Aqua Rose. Moreover, the assassin class, more or less, countered the ranger class. Although Fire Dance had not reached the refinement realm either, with her attributes, it was not impossible to secure a win. Giving up the match without even trying was a waste. Phoenix Rain simply shook her head. She, too, did not understand Shifeng's decision. If the weak wanted to take down the strong, they needed to grasp and strike at the enemy's weakness. Currently, it was obvious that the Glorious Lions did not take the Azura battle team seriously at all. It was the perfect advantage. Yet, Shifeng had chosen to give up the match. Aqua Rose did not give Shifeng's decision much thought. A one-on-one fight against such a powerful expert was a rare opportunity. Although she did not know what was going through Shifeng's mind, she was very happy to face Thousand Blades, even though her odds of winning were low. Aqua, hold on a second. Shifeng suddenly stopped Aqua Rose, who was about to enter to the dueling ring. He then retrieved an emerald staff from his bag and handed it to Aqua Rose. No need to rush the battle. Take this chance to hone your skills. Guild leader, this is. Aqua Rose was ecstatic when she saw the emerald staff. She then said, Guild leader, rest assured, I'll toy with him with everything I've got. Saying so, Aqua Rose approached the stage confidently. Your leader is a fool. He sent you to your death. Well, whatever. It's been too long since I killed a beauty like you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Thousand Blades was arrogant, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He retrieved the copper-colored longbow from his back and took out 5 green steel arrows from his quiver. He had prepared these arrows himself. They were called scorpion arrows, each costing 10 silver to produce. They were extremely expensive. He wouldn't normally use them, but in this competition, he could not be frugal. Even a slight graze from these arrows would cause massive damage. They would also poison the target when they struck, reducing their movement speed and attack speed as well as inflicting damage every 5 seconds. Magical classes already had low movement speed. If the scorpion arrows hit Aqua Rose, she wouldn't be able to dodge any follow-up attacks. She would become a sitting duck. Moreover, Cursemancers were different from elementalists. Elementalists were human-shaped cannons with powerful burst damage. Cursemancers, on the other hand, focused on crowd control and debuffs. Their instantaneous firepower was subpar at best and was no match for rangers. Aqua Rose ignored Thousand Blades' provocation. She was utterly focused on her new staff, looking like a little girl with a new toy. You! Thousand Blades was instantly indignant when he realized he had been ignored. I'll teach you the meaning of despair. The countdown finally reached 0. With the sound of the bell, the match officially began. Scatter! Thousand Blades fired an arrow towards the sky and executed the Tier 1 AoE skill, Falling Rain. The descending scorpion arrows cast a massive shadow over Aqua Rose. Chapter 784, Attack and Defense. This is bad. When Blue Phoenix saw Thousand Blades start the battle with an AoE skill, she could not help her worry for Aqua Rose. Rangers were a physical ranged class, and the majority of the class's skills were single-target skills. Very few were AoE skills. Hence, when one fought a ranger, they only needed to focus on monotonous attacks from the front. Even ordinary players could dodge these attacks. However, as soon as a ranger learned an AoE skill, their attack patterns would no longer be monotonous. It would become significantly more difficult to avoid a ranger's arrows. An agility-type class might have an easier time coping with a ranger's AoE attacks, but Aqua Rose was a cursemancer. She had far less mobility. Hence, it was even harder for her to dodge attacks from an expert like Thousand Blades. I'll make you wish for death. Thousand Blades then pulled his bowstring into a full moon, firing scorpion arrows rapidly to surround Aqua Rose. He targeted Aqua Rose's right side, where she was most likely to dodge. When he had executed Falling Rain, he had focused the majority of the skill's effective area towards Aqua Rose's left. Hence, if she wanted to avoid the Falling Rain, she would have to dodge to the right. When experts fought each other, it was common to use the first attack as a diversion and the second attack to deal a blow. Surprisingly, Aqua Rose didn't move even after noticing the rain of arrows descend towards her. With a light wave of her emerald staff, a faint red protective barrier appeared around her. Life Shield, Tier 0 spell. Summons a barrier that absorbs damage equal to 30% of caster's maximum HP for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 36 seconds. Aqua Rose had a maximum HP of 9,200. This meant that the life shield could absorb up to 2,760 damage. However, Aqua Rose was not done. She then slammed her staff down, and a gray magic array appeared, covering the ground. Dark Strengthening, Tier 0 spell. Damage taken reduced by 20% and casting speed increased by 20% for 10 seconds for all allies within 10 by 10 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. Thousand Blades Falling Rain was only one wave of attacks. Moreover, due to it being an AoE skill, its damage was not particularly high. In the end, the arrows descending on Aqua Rose had not even broken her life shield. As for Ranger's follow-up attacks, they were useless. Thousand Blades was slightly surprised that Aqua Rose had not fallen for his trap. Very quickly, however, he altered his attack pattern, choosing to attack the Cursemancer directly instead. Instantly, 5 arrows transformed into 5 streaks of green light as they flew towards Aqua Rose. All 5 arrows closed the distance of over 20 yards in the blink of an eye. Not wanting to be outdone, Aqua Rose waved her staff once more, sending out pitch-black dark arrows, one after another. Aqua Rose's dark arrows clashed into Thousand Blades arrows, the impact throwing both attacks off course. In addition, Aqua Rose double-cast, using Dark Weakening on Thousand Blades. Immediately, dark fog appeared next to the ranger, swarming him. Noticing the attack, Thousand Blades retreated without hesitation, avoiding the dark fog. While he retreated, he continued his ruthless assault on Aqua Rose. For a time, the two combatants traded attacks, neither gaining an advantage. On one side, Thousand Blades utilized his high mobility to avoid Aqua Rose's attacks. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose utilized her various skills to defend herself. Even after multiple exchanges, neither fighter had lost a single HP. Aqua Rose is quite good. She has already grasped the technique to doublecast. It's no wonder why she is quite famous. If she is nurtured properly, it is entirely possible for her to reach the peak of the virtual gaming world. Unfortunately, she joined the Azura battle team. Everlasting War had not expected Aqua Rose to be so powerful. Although Thousand Blades was holding back, it was still impressive that she fought the ranger to a standstill. Thousand Blades was already in the refinement realm. His physical control was quite refined. Hence, his combat was quite efficient. Ordinary players would find it difficult to deal with the ranger's direct attacks, not to mention the counterattacks he launched while evading. Moreover, every time Thousand Blades attacked, he fired at least 3 arrows simultaneously. When an ordinary player attacked, there was over an 80% chance that they would fail to avoid such a complex counterattack. However, with her ability to double cast, Aqua Rose was able to both attack and defend. Unfortunately, such high-intensity battles placed a heavy burden on a player's concentration and stamina. In such a battle, Thousand Blades could conserve more of his strength and outlast Aqua Rose should the battle drag on. This girl really does deserve her fame. After fighting me for a short time, she has already gotten a clear grasp of my movements. Thousand Blades clicked his tongue. Contrary to his expectations, Aqua Rose had not grown weaker as the battle progressed, rather, her strength was growing. Thousand Blades no longer looked down on Aqua Rose. Initially, he had evaded Aqua Rose's curses easily. However, as the battle progressed, Aqua Rose's attacks improved. Now, she was beginning to predict his movements, and it was becoming far more difficult for him to evade her attacks. When the battle had first begun, he could fire 5 arrows simultaneously while dodging. Now, he could fire only 3 arrows. Why are her dark arrows so powerful? With the power behind my scorpion arrows, even if they collide with her dark arrows, the impact should not affect their trajectories at all. Thousand Blades was very confident of his own arrows. He had never imagined he would encounter something like this. I can't drag this on any longer. Thousand Blades was now certain that dragging this battle on any further would only benefit Aqua Rose. Immediately, Thousand Blades used the Tier 1 skill, Heart-Piercing Arrow. Shio! A silver arrow sliced through the air as it flew towards Aqua Rose. Heart-Piercing Arrow's power was astonishing. Even the Berserker on the Glorious Lions battle team would not take Thousand Blades' Heart-Piercing Arrow head-on. Hence, it was impossible for Aqua Rose to block his attack using the instant-cast Dark Arrow. Pang! As expected, the Heart-Piercing Arrow shattered the Cursemancer's Dark Arrow. Such power! Aqua Rose knew that it was too late to cast another spell. Immediately, she used her staff to block the attack. Pang! When the heart-piercing arrow struck Aqua Rose's staff, the Cursemancer was forced to take 5 steps back. Her arms were numb from the impact, and a damage of over -600 points appeared above her head. Die! Thousand Blades smiled faintly, taking the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. One scorpion arrow after another rained down on Aqua Rose like a storm. As the heart-piercing arrow had interrupted Aqua Rose's rhythm, it became impossible for her to defend against the dozen or so arrows. Meanwhile, the only life-saving skill a Cursemancer had was Soul Protection. It could reduce the damage she took by 90% for 4 seconds. However, the skill had no defense against the movement speed reduction and dot effect of the scorpion arrow's poison. Once Soul Protection's duration ran out, her fate would be sealed. If you have to blame someone, then blame yourself for being a Cursemancer. Thousand Blades grew gleeful when he saw that his attacks would hit Aqua Rose. Dang! 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 Suddenly, 3 massive Traiants appeared before Aqua Rose. Like an iron wall, the Traiants blocked all of the incoming arrows. What's going on here? Thousand Blades frowned when he saw the 3 massive Traiants. Forest Sprite, Special Elite. Level 38. HP 240,000/240,000. A powerful expert could, at most, deal with 1 special elite of the same level. Now, however, 3 special elites had appeared before him. He also had a Cursemancer, a class with many control skills, to contend with. This was definitely a problem. Chapter 785, The Cursemancer That Shouldn't Be Provoked. The 3 6-meter-tall Traiants earned shrieks from the audience the moment they appeared in the dueling ring. Do Cursemancers have such a skill? What skill is that? 3 special elites. The glorious lions are going to have a difficult time winning this match. The players in the audience were not ordinary, but experts with extraordinary insight. Ordinary players might never have the chance to watch a match between God's domain experts, but to these players, such opportunities were readily available. Hence, they were very familiar with the amazing aspects of God's domain experts. They were even more familiar with classes' skills in God's domain. Cursemancers mainly relied on control skills in combat. As long as they could restrict their opponent's movements, they could finish them off easily. However, Cursemancers were somewhat weaker than elementalists and summoners when it came to survivability and damage output. However, if they had a meat shield to pin down the opponent, a Cursemancer's threat level would rise exponentially. After all, Cursemancer's tiers and levels were still low, and many of their powerful skills had relatively long cast times. The class was not suited for expert battles. In a battle between experts, the outcome could be determined at any moment. It would be suicidal to use a spell with a cast time of more than 1 second. Hence, very few Cursemancers were found in the Dark Arena's battle teams. Generally, the battle team's casters were elementalists and summoners. However, now that 3 special elites had appeared to assist the Cursemancer, these monsters would easily make up for her deficiencies. I've really underestimated the Azura battle team. It's no wonder why they dared to send a Cursemancer into the fight. Sirius could not help but shift his gaze towards Shurfong, who sat quietly on the other side of the dueling ring. Tell Thousand to stop holding back. We must win this match. Everlasting War nodded. He then left his seat and approached the side of the dueling ring, forming hand signals to inform Thousand Blades. Players inside the dueling ring could not receive any messages or hear anything from outside the dueling ring. However, they could see what was outside the dueling ring. Hence, the various battle teams in the Dark Arena had created their own hand gestures and code words to convey instructions. At this moment, Thousand Blades' continuous retreat was exhausting him. Not only were the 3 forest sprites' defenses very high, but their movement speed was also relatively high. Avoiding the 3 Treants took a lot out of him. He also had to deal with the various control skills Aqua Rose sent at him. Hence, he had no choice but to focus on his defense. Yet, if he only defended without attacking, he would, inevitably, suffer defeat. Previously, he had accidentally allowed one of the forest sprites to graze his shoulder, and instantly, his HP had fallen by 2,318. His total HP was just slightly over 10,000. A few more hits would definitely finish him off. Huh. I can go all out. When Thousand Blades noticed Everlasting War's hand signals, his lips curled into a smile. He then retrieved 3 golden arrows from his quiver and fired them at the 3 forest sprites. Imprisonment arrows. The imprisonment arrow would prevent enemies within a certain range from leaving the area, and the only way to break free from the seal was to destroy the arrow itself. However, the imprisonment arrows would also reduce summoned creatures' damage by 80%. Even to Thousand Blades, these arrows were precious. After spending a large stock of precious materials, he had only managed to produce 5 imprisonment arrows. Now, however, to win this match, he had no choice but to use them. 3 golden streaks of light struck the 3 forest sprites. Immediately, the Treants were trapped inside golden cages. Meanwhile, each of the golden cages had 100,000 HP. Even though the forest sprites were special elites, after the 80% damage reduction, it would take them quite some time to free themselves from the cages. By the time they escaped from their imprisonment, the match would be over. After imprisoning the 3 forest sprites, Thousand Blades activated his berserk skill, Beastmaster's Soul. For 1 minute, his agility increased by 80%, strength by 60%, and movement speed and attack speed by 50%. The berserk skill also had a cooldown of 10 hours. After the ranger's strength and agility jumped, not only were his arrows faster, but they also contained far more power. In the next moment, a sonic boom echoed throughout the dueling ring. Numerous arrows arrived before Aqua Rose. However, as if she had expected this, Aqua Rose simply smiled as she waved her hand. Suddenly, 3 figures covered in blue flames appeared before her. When the powerful arrows struck these blue figures, they were forced to step back. Aqua Rose, however, remained unharmed. Thousand Blades' eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. How was she a cursemancer? She was basically a summoner. He could accept the 3 forest sprites, but Aqua Rose could also summon 3 elite-ranked Bluefire Crows. Go! Aqua Rose immediately directed the 3 Bluefire Crows to charge towards Thousand Blades. Although the Bluefire Crows were not as powerful as the forest sprites, they were faster. Thousand Blades knew he could not afford to clash with the elite monsters head-on. Hence, he had no choice but to run about the dueling ring while finding opportunities to attack. If he dealt with the summoned creatures first, Aqua Rose would have enough time to activate an advanced spell. If that happened, the summoned creatures wouldn't be his only problem. He absolutely could not give Aqua Rose that kind of time. Still not giving up. Seeing the arrow fly at her, Aqua Rose activated the power of darkness, her attributes rising abruptly. She also activated the Bluefire Heart's skill, Bluefire Devour. Although she would lose a significant portion of her mana and increase her mana consumption rate by 200%, her skill effects would increase by 200% for 30 seconds. Aside from Bluefire Devour, Aqua Rose also activated Elemental Domain. Elemental Domain. All allies within a radius of 50 yards will have their magic damage increased by 15%, cast speed increased by 15%, and mana consumption decreased by 20% for 1 minute. Aqua Rose then fired a dark arrow. When the dark arrow clashed with Thousand Blades' scorpion arrow, the latter was thrown off course, whereas the former continued towards the ranger. Seeing this, Thousand Blades hurriedly fired another arrow, successfully diverting Aqua Rose's dark arrow. Why is it so powerful? Thousand Blades was stunned. The arrow he fired after activating his Berserk skill was even weaker than before. Thousand Blades had no clue that the staff Aqua Rose wielded was the epic ranked staff, the Song of Beatrice. Aqua Rose already had higher basic attributes than Thousand Blades. Now, not only had Aqua Rose activated her Berserk skill, but she also had a support skill empowering her attacks. Hence, it was only natural that her dark arrows were far stronger. However, Aqua Rose did not give Thousand Blades too much time to think about it. She sent one dark arrow after another. At the same time, Dark Weakening's ominous fog began to appear around Thousand Blades. If the dark fog caught him, not only would his speed fall sharply, but his attributes would also decrease significantly. Again, Thousand Blades was forced to focus on his defense, escaping for his life. This time, however, he struggled far more than before. Previously, he had only needed to deal with the summoned creatures. Now, he had to deal with the summoned creatures and Aqua Rose's dark arrows. As a result, Thousand Blades' mobility was restricted. Meanwhile, this situation gave Aqua Rose sufficient time to cast the Tier 1 spell, Soul Cloud. Soul Cloud gathered the power of shadows to form 10 flying blades that could only be dodged, not blocked. Soul Cloud was considered one of the Cursemancer's sure-kill spells. After Bluefire Devour's amplification, Aqua Rose was able to summon 20 pitch-black flying blades. However, she wasn't satisfied. Just before she finished casting Soul Cloud, she activated the third skill of the Song of Beatrice, the Song of Sprites. Song of Sprites increases the effect of a specific spell by 300%. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose chose to amplify none other than Soul Cloud. Immediately, the 20 pitch-black flying blades increased to 60. Each flying blade was even stronger than Aqua Rose's dark arrows. Impossible. Thousand Blades paled when he saw the swarm of flying blades hover before Aqua Rose, a chill crawling down his spine. He could feel the power within those pitch-black blades. A single one of them would devour at least half of his HP. Without waiting for Thousand Blades to react, Aqua Rose waved her finger. Immediately, the 60 flying blades transformed into 60 streaks of black light as they shot towards the dazed ranger from all directions. Hua! 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 Even if Thousand Blades had already reached the refinement realm, he was powerless against the attacks of 3 summoned creatures and 60 flying blades. In the end, the streams of black light consumed him, and he died tragically. Chapter 786, Strong Matchup. When the black lights dispersed, the victor's name appeared above the dueling ring. Aqua Rose. The entire venue fell silent. Aqua Rose's performance was simply too shocking. Not only could she summon monsters to fight for her, but her final soul cloud was also exceedingly powerful. It's no wonder why Yi Feng sent Aqua Rose to fight in the first match. It turns out that she has an impressive trump card. I'm guessing that not even the glorious lions expected such an outcome. Blue Phoenix shuddered when she recalled the might of Aqua Rose's soul cloud. Although Thousand Blades had activated his life-saving skills to defend against the attack, Soul Cloud could not be blocked, only dodged. Against flying blades from all directions, even Blue Phoenix was only confident in dodging 20 to 30 attacks with her techniques. Using Blink to escape would be her only option. However, Thousand Blades was a ranger. He did not have any instantaneous movement capabilities or skills that provided invulnerability. It seems that we don't understand as much about Zero Wing as we thought. Phoenix Rain revealed a bright smile as she watched Aqua Rose. One move to finish the enemy. Such situations were rare in the Dark Arena. Furthermore, Aqua Rose had yet to even set foot into the refinement realm. Since she had not secured victory with her techniques, then the only possibility was the Cursemancer's weapon and equipment. Previously, Yi Feng had displayed his overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes. Now, they realized that Aqua Rose had the same advantage. The Glorious Lions had the support of the Super Guild Battle Wolves. Very few could compete with the Glorious Lions' equipment and weapons. Hence, it was inconceivable that Zero Wing's Aqua Rose had better equipment than Thousand Blades. Phoenix Rain's curiosity of the guild named Zero Wing grew. However, the following matches were the true hurdles the Azura battle team had to overcome. A team had to win 3 out of 5 matches to win the competition. However, the Glorious Lions had a monster-like expert. One could say that the battle team had at least one match in the bag. If the Azura battle team could not win 2 out of the 3 remaining matches, then it would lose. However, through this first match, everyone finally understood the Azura battle team's strength. They also understood just how powerful Aqua Rose was. Victory with one move. In the future, anyone who challenged Aqua Rose would have to consider today's fight. For a time, the various major powers focused their attention on Aqua Rose. They began to investigate her past. She used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. The upper echelons of Twilight Echo really are interesting. They chased such a talent out of the guild. Ha ha ha. Twilight Echo sure is rich. While others are frantically trying to recruit top-tier experts, Twilight Echo is chasing them away. The guild must have too many geniuses. It's no wonder why Twilight Echo has not been performing well in recent years. So this is their problem. Now that Aqua Rose has joined a small guild like Zero Wing, we might have a chance to poach her. The various major powers in the venue could not help but ridicule Twilight Echo. The expressions of Twilight Echo's upper echelons, who had come to watch the battle, twisted in response. Although they had known that Aqua Rose was a talented fighter and an experienced manager, they had never thought she would become this strong. Meanwhile, in the Glorious Lions battle team's resting area, the team members remained indifferent about the battle's outcome. They acted as if it were none of their business that they had lost the first match. This Azura battle team is fairly interesting. They are slightly stronger than I expected. It is no wonder why that Aqua Rose is Zero Wing's vice leader. Thousand Blades really lucked out this time, the swordsman Blood Sun commented disappointingly. He paid no attention whatsoever to Thousand Blades' defeat. After all, there was no way their battle team could lose this competition. On the Glorious Lions battle team, Thousand Blades' strength only ranked in the middle. None of their strongest combatants had taken part in the competition yet. On the other hand, the Azura battle team had already dispatched its strongest fighter. The competition's outcome was already self-evident. Let's see what the Azura battle team plans to do next. Though, it doesn't really matter what kind of tricks they try to pull, the assassin Long Rainbow said, yawning. In the first match, the Glorious Lions battle team had been the first to send a combatant into the ring. For the second match, it was the Azura battle team's turn to send a representative. Shifeng had no wish to prolong this competition. Hence, for the next 2-on-2 match, he sent Fire Dance and Violet Cloud. What's going on? They're actually sending a cleric? Is the Azura battle team giving up this match entirely? Wait, that Fire Dance seems to be the commander of Zero Wing's main force. The Azura battle team's representatives for the second match confused the crowd. Although clerics were not entirely useless, one would not normally send a cleric into a 2-on-2 match. After all, if the enemy focused on the cleric, the battle would quickly devolve into a 2-on-1 situation. To make things worse, the assassin class could not pin down players like the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior classes could. Just what is going through that man's mind? Is he trying to forfeit the match? Phoenix Rain could not help her frown. She was aware of the three great experts of Zero Wing. They were Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud, respectively. Although sending two of the three great experts seemed like a good move, in the off chance that they were both defeated, the Azura battle team would lose all chances of winning this competition. Having them take part in the later 3-on-3 matches, taking the enemy by surprise like Aqua Rose had, would have been the wisest move. Yet, Yifeng had discarded that opportunity. Interesting. This brat's desire to win is impressive. He wants to win 2 matches in a row and rely on his own strength to fight for the final strand of hope. He is underestimating the Glorious Lions, Sirius muttered as he glanced at Shifeng. Immediately, he instructed, Rainbow and Blood, you two will fight. Show the Azura battle team's leader the Glorious Lion's strength. Blood Sun and Long Rainbow's combat prowess was only weaker than his among the Glorious Lions battle team. It was especially true for Blood Sunday. To increase their chances of becoming the Dark Arena's organizer, the Battle Wolves had even given Blood Sun an epic weapon. With Blood Sun's skills and the epic weapon, the swordsman's combat power was only beneath his own. Hence, winning this match would be child's play for Blood Sun and Long Rainbow. In fact, Blood Sun alone was more than enough to defeat the Azura battle team's 2 representatives. Leader, rest assured, Long Rainbow confidently reassured the team's commander as he stood abruptly. Rainbow, wait a minute. Fighting one player is too boring. Let me handle the both of them by myself, Blood Sun said as he stopped Long Rainbow. After the competition, I'll give you a bottle of life wine. How about it? The life wine was a Fire Dragon Empire specialty. It was known as a Mortal World delicacy. Although the recipe was easy to obtain, the materials it required were extraordinarily rare. One could only obtain these materials if they were lucky. Aside from the drink's delicious taste, the life wine also had a certain probability of strengthening a player's physique. It was even more precious than dark gold equipment. Really? Long Rainbow was certainly tempted when he heard the words, life wine. This item was Blood Sun's treasure. Even their team leader had only managed to obtain one bottle from the swordsman after a lot of trouble. Normally, Blood's son would not even share a cup. Of course, Blood's son assured. He wanted to test his new sword properly, and he did not want Long Rainbow to interrupt his fun. Fine, I agree. However, if it seems like you are going to lose, for the sake of winning the competition, I'll have to join the fight. Of course, you'll still have to give me the life wine, Long Rainbow said after giving it some thought. Sure. Blood's son grinned. Chapter 787, Phantom Sword. In the wide and spacious dueling ring, the assassin Long Rainbow stood in the corner while the swordsman Blood's son took his place in the ring's center. The spectators were surprised. Normally, in a 2-on-2 match, teammates wouldn't stand so far from each other. They usually stood relatively close so that they could better coordinate their attacks and defense. Furthermore, they were both melee players, which was all the more reason not to stand 50 yards apart. With a distance of 50 yards, even a ranger, the class with the longest range, would not be able to assist a companion in battle. What are you guys trying to do? Fire Dance glanced at the distant Long Rainbow before shifting her gaze back to Blood Sunday. Carefreely, Blood Sun said, one-on-one battles are too boring, so I intend to take you both on by myself. Don't worry about it. The fight will be over very quickly. The audience could hear the players in the ring quite clearly. When they heard Blood Sun's words, an uproar shook the venue. They never thought that the Glorious Lions member would make such a bold statement. Nothing like this had ever happened in the Dark Arena before. Everybody wanted to win the competition, so why would anyone hold back their strength? If Blood's son wasn't a fool, then he must be absolutely confident of his own power. So, you want a 1-on-2 battle? Rage flared in Fire Dance's eyes as she glared at Blood Sun's arrogant expression. Suppressing her anger, she said coldly, "It seems the Glorious Lions really underestimates us." Ha ha ha. Don't put it like that. This is a good opportunity for you to win the competition. Blood Sun laughed. He did not pay any particular attention to Fire Dance's cold-killing intent. The loss of the first match had wounded the Glorious Lions battle team's reputation quite severely. Blood Sun's first reason for asking Long Rainbow to step aside was to recover the team's reputation, while the second reason was to experiment with his epic weapon. However, Blood Sun did not think Fire Dance and Violet Cloud even qualified as test subjects. As you wish. Fire Dance stepped forward, standing in front of Violet Cloud. Understanding Fire Dance's intentions, Violet Cloud retreated. Interesting. Blood Sun did not mind the women's actions as he unsheathed the silver sword encrusted with 7 resplendent gemstones. Hopefully, you don't lose too quickly. This is bad. Gentle Snow frowned as she watched the ring from the spectator stands. Snow, what's wrong? If Fire Dance could last against the party leader of the Flower of 7 Sins for so long, shouldn't she be able to defeat Blood Sun easily? Zhao Yueru was, more or less, familiar with Fire Dance's strength. Even if Blood Sun was very strong, she did not think that the swordsman was guaranteed to win. You don't know this, but Blood Sun's swordsmanship is very odd. Even a shield warrior like War Wolf couldn't defend against his attacks, Gentle Snow explained as she shook her head. She had watched the video of the battle between War Wolf and Blood Sunday. She already had a general understanding of Blood Sun's strength. Although there was not much of a difference in terms of combat power between Blood Sun and a party leader from the Flower of 7 Sins, in terms of attack techniques, the former was definitely stronger. Now that Blood Sun wanted to face his opponents alone, it was the perfect opportunity for the Azura battle team to get rid of the swordsman. Immediately, Gentle Snow contacted Shifeng. Guild Leader Snow, what's the matter? Shifeng asked after accepting the call. Yifeng, Blood Sun has strange attack methods. It is best for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud to finish him off together. If you allow Fire Dance to fight him by herself, she won't be able to defend against Blood Sun's attacks, Gentle Snow hurriedly warned the man. The match had not begun yet. There was still time for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud to coordinate their attacks and deal with Blood Sunday. Once the match officially began, it would probably be too late even if the two women banded together. Thank you for your warning, Guild Leader Snow, Shifeng said, laughing. He had never expected Gentle Snow to call him in such a rush just to warn him. Seeing Shifeng's calm reaction, Gentle Snow's anxiety grew. It was obvious that Shifeng was not taking her words seriously. Blood Sun is very strong. He even defeated Warwolf and Soaring Snake while they were working together. Warwolf's shield couldn't get close to Blood Sun's sword before he suffered defeat. I believe you are aware of Warwolf's strength. If he couldn't even deflect Blood Sun's attacks, it will be very difficult for Fire Dance hold the man off, Gentle Snow explained in detail. In Star Moon Kingdom, Warwolf's strength was absolute. He could rank within the top 3 MTs of the kingdom. Defeating Warwolf was already impressive, yet the powerful shield warrior had not been able to withstand Blood Sun's attacks. Ah, I understand. If Guild Leader Snow doesn't have anything else, I'll disconnect the call now. The match is starting soon. Shifeng nodded. He then disconnected the call. Hello. Hello. Gentle Snow was speechless as she stared at the already dark screen. Yifeng is so infuriating. Even though you offered a warning with good intentions, he treated your words like they were nothing. It'll be his fault when his team loses. Zhao Yueru grumbled. Leader, will it really be alright to let Fire Dance deal with that man by herself? Aqua Rose asked sternly. She had been sitting beside Shifeng, so she had overheard the conversation with Gentle Snow. Warwolf's strength definitely ranked at the top of Star Moon Kingdom. If not for her equipment advantage, even she would not be a match for the man. Don't worry about it. We just need to sit tight and enjoy the show. Shifeng waved his hand. Aside from Sirius, he had very detailed information on the Glorious Lion's combatants. Shifeng understood Blood Sun's capabilities far better than Gentle Snow. In the past, Blood Sun had been quite famous in the Dark Arena. He had been known as Blood Sun the Phantom Sword. Although Blood Sun had only reached the Flowing Water Realm standard, the swordsmanship he used made it impossible to grasp his attack trajectories and rhythm. If one had not reached the Void Realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to defend against his strikes. If the Fire Dance of a few days ago were fighting, he would definitely instruct her coordinate with Violet Cloud. They could easily defeat Blood Sun with the Astromancer's strange attacks. Moreover, the assassin Long Rainbow was similarly extraordinary. In the past, he had earned the title Ghost Hand in the Dark Arena. When the two worked together, even a Void Realm expert would fall. However, Fire Dance was not the assassin she had been in the past. Even Shifeng was unsure how much her strength had improved. This was the perfect opportunity to test her strength. Above the dueling ring, the countdown timer finally reached 0. You're not entering stealth? Blood Sun asked, unable to help his curiosity, as he watched Fire Dance, who remained motionless 30 yards away from him. As an assassin, Fire Dance could only display her true power while hiding in the shadows. Generally, assassins would enter stealth as soon as the battle began and look for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. That won't be necessary. Fire Dance sounded calm as she unsheathed 1,000 transformations and petrified thorn from her waist. Step by step, she slowly advanced on the swordsman before her. Good. Very good. I want to see just how long you can hold that arrogance. When Blood Sun heard her challenge, rage flared in his chest. This was the first time someone had looked down him. Taking a step forward, he used Wind Blade and dashed towards Fire Dance. Chapter 788, legendary power. Has she lost her mind? Gentle Snow was flabbergasted as she watched Fire Dance approach Blood Sun slowly. Zero Wings Guild leader was insane enough. She had never imagined that Fire Dance would follow in that man's footsteps. An assassin's abilities in a frontal confrontation were significantly weaker than a swordsman's. It would be very easy to defeat an assassin in a head-on clash. Blood Sun was not an ordinary expert, yet Fire Dance had forfeited the greatest advantage an assassin possessed. As soon as Blood Sun arrived before Fire Dance, the silver sword in his hand vanished. Following which, over a dozen streaks of silver light appeared around Fire Dance, surrounding her. Tier 1 skill, Wind Flurry. In the next moment, the dozen or so silver lights sliced through Fire Dance's body. An afterimage? Before Blood Sun could celebrate his attack, he noticed something odd. Abruptly, he leaped forward. Shio! A streak of silver light then cut across where Blood Sun had just stood. Seeing her shadow steps fail, Fire Dance followed up with an absolute strike. Instantly, she transformed into a shadow as she plunged towards the swordsman. Dang! As soon as the shadow Fire Dance had transformed into arrive before Blood Sun, the swordsman parried the incoming attack with his silver sword, negating all damage. It's no wonder why you dared to fight me head-on. Your strength is so high despite being an assassin. Blood Sun was slightly surprised as the impact forced him to retreat 3 steps. He smiled and asked, however, how will you react to this move? Blood Sun charged at Fire Dance. Suddenly, his 2 swords transformed into dozens of afterimages. Every one of these images slashed at Fire Dance simultaneously. The sudden appearance of so many blades would have bewildered any opponent. However, this was not the most impressive aspect of Blood Sun's attacks. The speed of these sword images varied. Some moved faster than others. Moreover, the blades' speeds constantly changed. Trying to grasp the swordsman's attack rhythm was nearly impossible, not to mention predicting the image's trajectories. The attack took Fire Dance by surprise. She couldn't differentiate which of these swords was real. If she rushed to defend or attack, the slightest carelessness could very well result in her death. Wind Steps. Fire Dance retreated as she utilized the less than 1 second invulnerability the skill provided. In addition, Wind Step's movement speed increase allowed Fire Dance, whose movement speed was already quite high, to dash out of Blood Sun's attack range. You're really fast. You are definitely the fastest assassin I have ever seen to date. Although Blood Sun had hit Fire Dance, the assassin had utilized Wind Steps to block his attacks. Just as he was about to chase the woman down, he discovered that the assassin was already quite some distance away from himself. He couldn't hit her from this far if he wanted to. Although Fire Dance and Blood Sun's exchange had been brief, the audience was stupefied. These two are amazing. Why do I feel my chest tighten while watching these two fight? Every member of the audience had seen battles between experts before. However, Fire Dance and Blood Sun's battle ranked near the top of their lists. Both players were incredibly fast. Before anyone could react, they had already separated from their confrontation. All the onlookers saw was dozens of sword images and a flickering shadow. In the next moment, both fighters had swapped positions. They were too fast for the naked eye to follow. As a result, many among the audiences weren't entirely sure about what had just transpired. Blood Sun is powerful. Blue Phoenix exclaimed. Although most of the audience did not know what had happened, Blue Phoenix was a Void Realm expert. She had seen the exchange very clearly. Blood Sun should be the famed Battle Wolves' Phantom Sword. I had never thought that the Battle Wolves would be so desperate to host the Dark Arena. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. Phantom Sword? Although Blue Phoenix had never heard this name before, even she had been unable to differentiate which sword images had been real and which had been fake. After all, she was too far away from the dueling ring. She could only rely on her sight, not her other senses. MHM. He is one of the great experts that the Battle Wolves have nurtured. I've also heard that Phantom Sword managed to defeat one of the Battle Wolves Guild elders, Phoenix Rain explained. It seems the Azura battle team won't be able to win this match. Why do you say that? Although Fire Dance is at a disadvantage, both her movement and reactions are very fast. She still has a possibility of winning this match, Blue Phoenix asked curiously. You underestimate the Battle Wolves. I've told you before that the Battle Wolves do not care about their reputation. The guild has even loaned the epic-ranked one-handed sword they obtained from a boss they stole to Blood Sunday. Knowing this, do you still think Fire Dance has any hope of winning? Personally, Phoenix Rain wanted the Azura battle team to emerge victorious. However, based on the information she had obtained, the gem-encrusted, silver sword in Blood Sun's hand should be the epic-ranked one-handed sword the Battle Wolves had plundered some time ago. A dark gold weapon could never compare to an epic weapon. The benefits of an epic weapon were simply too great. Moreover, Blood Sun had just been testing out his new weapon. Without utilizing his actual strength, he had backed Fire Dance into a corner. If he began to take the match seriously, he would only need an instant to defeat Fire Dance. An epic weapon is quite amazing. Just after equipping an epic weapon, Blood Sun can produce far more sword images. I wonder how long this young lady will last against him. Sirius revealed a faint smile after watching Blood Sun's performance. The Phantom Sword was no stranger to experts. His swordsmanship utilized the shift in swinging speed to generate afterimages. Ordinary experts would be hard-pressed to generate 3 perfect afterimages, but Blood Sun was a genius in this aspect. Using 2 swords, he could generate dozens of perfect afterimages. However, this was not Blood Sun's most frightening aspect. Blood Sun's physical control also surpassed ordinary players by leaps and bounds. Even an expert would struggle to launch attacks with the exact same trajectory at full speed. However, Blood Sun could do just that. Moreover, he could perform the feat without error. Blood Sun's attack, which had just been an afterimage, could very well be a real sword in the next second. This ability made it nearly impossible to avoid or block his attacks. Without reaching the Void Realm, it was impossible to differentiate which of his attacks were real, and which were fake. In the dueling ring, Blood Sun launched a barrage of attacks at Fire Dance. However, Fire Dance maintained a subtle distance from him. She only needed 1 step to escape his attack range. This made it possible to dodge or block his attacks easily. Let's end the game here, then. Blood Sun had mostly familiarized himself with Daybreak. Meanwhile, the duration of Fire Dance's wind steps was nearly over. Immediately, he activated Windwalk, increasing his speed as he charged towards the assassin. His swords then transformed into dozens of phantoms, blocking all of Fire Dance's paths of retreat. Just as the silver lights were about to devour Fire Dance, she tightened her grip around 1,000 transformations and swung the weapon in front of her. With just a light swing. Suddenly, countless sword lights appeared before Fire Dance. The sword lights shone like stars in the night sky. These sword lights clashed with Daybreak's phantoms. Pang! Pang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the dueling ring. Blood Sun felt his hands go numb instantly. He was also forced back 4 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. How did you do that? Blood Sun's eyes widened, he couldn't believe what had just happened. Even though Fire Dance had simply swung her sword, countless, shining sword lights filled the space between them. These sword lights were incredibly realistic, making it impossible to determine Fire Dance's true attack trajectory. When he came into contact with a random sword light, it had repelled him. Chapter 789, Realistic Illusionary Attacks. What happened? Everyone was confused when they saw Blood Sun pushed back. All they had seen was Blood Sun accelerate towards Fire Dance, and in the next moment, a silver light flashed. Blood Sun was forced to retreat by several steps before he stabilized himself. They could even see the swordsman's hands tremble. Originally, the battle had been in Blood Sun's favor. Now, however, the situation had changed completely. Nobody understood what had just happened. Who is that Fire Dance? Everlasting War's mouth gaped in shock. He had understood Aqua Rose's victory. After all, she was a famous newcomer in the virtual gaming world. She had also been nurtured by a super guild. However, no one had ever heard of Fire Dance, yet she was actually able to repel Blood Sun while he went all out. Everlasting War could not believe this to be real. Even he had an extremely difficult time defending against Blood Sun's Phantom Sword. He could only use an AoE skill to counter Blood Sun's attack. However, Fire Dance had only used one strike to repel the swordsman. With just a single swing of her sword, she filled the entire space between them with her sword's afterimages. It was practically impossible to defend against such an attack. Blood Sun's Phantom Sword was meaningless in the face of such an attack. One could say that Blood Sun was simply showing off his slight skill before a master. Compared to Fire Dance's attack, Blood Sun's Phantom Sword was a joke. Everlasting War was confused. He could not figure out how Fire Dance had managed to accomplish such a feat. Who could defend against an attack like that? She's already set foot into the refinement realm? Sirius narrowed his eyes as he began to evaluate Fire Dance carefully. Fire Dance's previous attack was astounding. Even Sirius had not seen how the assassin had pulled it off. Against such an attack, even he would be forced to evade the sword images. However, Fire Dance's performance showed that she did not use any excess movements when drawing her sword. She had not executed any special techniques at all. She had just swung her sword. Yet, this ordinary attack had created countless afterimages that filled the area before her. Unfortunately, he sat too far away from the battle. He had not been able to see the details of what had happened. Snow, look! Fire Dance repelled Blood Sun. What do you think just happened? Zhao Yueru turned to Gentle Snow, her mouth hanging open. Shaking her head, Gentle Snow responded with a surprised expression, saying, I don't know what happened, either. This was simply too shocking. Only now did Gentle Snow understand why Shifeng was so confident in letting Fire Dance take on Blood Sun alone. It turned out that Fire Dance had hidden her strength all this time. Compared to the audience's shock, Zero Wings members were utterly stupefied. When did Big Sis Fire learn such a peerless technique? That attack was so powerful. We'll definitely win this time. With a single swing of her blade, Fire Dance created countless, deadly stars. Her powerful attack made it impossible to approach her or defend against her attacks. One could only cope with this vicious barrier if they attacked from a range or to use an AoE skill. In the dueling ring, Blood Sun's face twisted into a grave expression. However, he was no fool. He did not believe that Fire Dance's attack was a peerless technique. He suspected that she had used a skill. Hence, he strode forward and attacked the assassin using Phantom Sword once again. Although that move is quite powerful, all skills have a cooldown. I don't believe you can use it limitlessly. Blood Sun sneered. However, despite seeing the dozens of sword images flying at her, Fire Dance didn't move. Instead, she swung the 1,000 transformations upward violently. Pang! Countless silver lights flashed, and she repelled Blood Sun again. Shifeng laughed silently when he saw the dumbfounded look on Blood Sun's face. In terms of basic attributes, even an epic weapon was no match for a fragmented legendary weapon. However, this was not the largest benefit of wielding a fragmented legendary weapon. A fragmented legendary weapon would also grow stronger with the improvement of the player's combat techniques. Previously, Fire Dance had never utilized her full strength in battle. She had used plenty of excess movements when she swung her sword. In her last attack, however, there were none. Hence, she had displayed 1,000 transformations true power realistic illusions. Although she had only swung 1,000 transformations once, every afterimage that appeared was real. Regardless of which afterimage the enemy encountered, that afterimage would become a true attack the moment they made contact. Fire Dance didn't need to think about how she should defend herself against Blood Sun's phantom sword. She only needed to swing her own blade. A simple swing could transform into an attack that incorporated both attack and defense. Countless people dreamed of achieving this level of swordsmanship. However, Fire Dance had achieved it easily with the 1,000 transformations. This was also why so many people desperately chased after legendary weapons. If a fragmented legendary weapon already possessed such power, a true legendary weapon would be terrifying. In the dueling ring, Fire Dance charged at Blood Sun and brandished her 1,000 transformations. Numerous sword lights flashed before Blood Sun's eyes. However, Blood Sun could not find the real weapon among the illusions. It seemed as if every afterimage was the real deal. He was already inferior to Fire Dance in terms of speed. The assassin's unavoidable attack only made things worse. Now, all he could do was attempt to block the attack with his swords, yet the instant his weapons clashed with Fire Dance's afterimages, the attack forced him back, both of his hands going numb as a damage of over -200 points appeared above his head. However, Fire Dance showed no signs of stopping as she assaulted the swordsman before her. As a result, Blood Sun's HP continued to decrease. This turn of events stunned the audience members. Nobody had imagined that an assassin could be so frightening. Fire Dance's slashes was a combination of violence and beauty. "Blood, I'll help you," Long Rainbow shouted. Long Rainbow could already see the severity of the situation. Immediately, he entered stealth and charged at Fire Dance. "I have truly underestimated the Azura battle team. I had never imagined that your team would have such a powerful player. However, don't think that you have won just yet." As Fire Dance repelled Blood Sun, his HP gradually fell. If this continued, she would drain his HP, which totaled at over 10,000, in less than 30 seconds. Immediately, Blood Sun activated his berserk skills, his attributes rising abruptly. His HP shot from over 10,000 to more than 15,000. A blue glow enveloped his body. The epic weapon Daybreak in his hand also emitted a blue sword aura that was over 2 meters long, increasing Blood Sun's attack range significantly. Blood Sun then executed Phantom Sword and struck at Fire Dance. "Let's see if you can block this." Blood Sun revealed a sinister smile. He was clearly confident in his attack. He had activated his berserk skill, Sword Shadow. When activated, the skill increased all of his attributes by 50% and his attack speed by 80%. The skill also increased his attack range. At the same time, Blood Sun had activated one of Daybreak's skills, consecutive shadow strikes. For 10 seconds, his attacks could neither be blocked nor parried. Fire Dance was only an assassin. Her attack range was shorter than a swordsman's. Now, he had increased his attack range further. Moreover, even if Fire Dance's short sword clashed with Daybreak, the epic weapon would ignore the blade and strike Fire Dance's body. Immediately, a sword light phased through Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations, colliding with the assassin. However, Fire Dance suddenly split into 6 copies of herself. When Daybreak hit Fire Dance's body, it simply passed through her unhindered. He had not felt the sensation of his weapon cutting into flesh at all. An illusion. Blood Sun's complexion paled. He had not expected Fire Dance to have a move like this. "It's my turn now." Fire Dance smiled. Suddenly, all 6 female assassins charged at Blood Sun from different directions. Blood Sun brandished his 2 swords, attempting to defend himself. However, when his attack struck the fire dances, not a single one of them received any damage. All of them are fakes. Just as Blood's son wondered about the skill. The 6 fire dances arrived before Blood's son, surrounding the swordsman. All 6 assassins raised their weapons and swung downward. Blood's son had intended to ignore Fire Dance's doppelgangers and rush out of the encirclement, but a silver short sword suddenly slid into his back, dealing -3,481 damage. You're real. Blood's son reacted quickly, swinging his sword at the real Fire Dance behind him. However, when Daybreak cut across Fire Dance, it did not cause any damage. Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. The Fire Dance who stood to Blood's son's left grinned as she swung her sword at the swordsman. Once more, Blood's son lost a large chunk of his HP. In the blink of an eye, he lost over 7,000 HP. His HP was now dangerously close to 0. It would only take one more hit to end his life. However, Blood's son suddenly smiled. No. You're bait. Fire Dance suddenly felt a bone-chilling killing intent from behind her. Immediately, a streak of black light pierced through her back. You noticed too late, Long Rainbow suddenly whispered with a cold smile. Chapter 790, Different Level. Everything had happened far too quickly. Long Rainbow was like a wild beast as he approached and ambushed Fire Dance stealthily. He had hidden his presence throughout the process. However, when he finally struck, he was like a venomous snake, both fast and accurate. What a pity. The glorious lions truly don't care about their reputation anymore. Previously, they've even declared that they wanted to go 1-on-2. Now, it's become a 2-on-1 instead. None of the audience had expected the battle to change so quickly. Words could no longer describe Fire Dance's strength. She was definitely the most powerful assassin they had ever seen in God's domain. Her strength attribute was absurdly high. She had been able to suppress a swordsman expert with so little effort. Her attack that filled the ring with starlight could also suppress everything before her. She was practically invincible in a 1-on-1 battle. Meanwhile, standing behind the woman, both Long Rainbow's pitch-black dagger and the hand wielding the weapon passed through Fire Dance's body without any resistance. Long Rainbow did not dare believe his eyes. The target he had carefully chosen was just an illusion. Just as he was about to warn Blood's son, he discovered a silver short sword cutting across Blood's son's waist, eliminating the swordsman's final strand of HP. Even after Blood's son's HP reached 0, the man had not realized what had happened, confusion as to why his HP had dropped to 0 filling his eyes. After Fire Dance killed Blood's son, she released a sigh of relief. Long Rainbow had nearly forced her into a fainted state. With both Long Rainbow and Blood's son having activated their berserk skills, she would most likely die before Violet Cloud could lend her support. Fortunately, the 1000 Transformations Phantom skill was no ordinary skill. It allowed her to swap positions with her doppelgangers without any telltale signs. The ability also didn't have a cooldown, allowing her to use it freely. All she needed to activate the ability was a thought. Hence, she had swapped positions with her doppelgangers the instant before Long Rainbow's dagger plunged through her. However, as soon as Fire Dance finished off Blood's son, Long Rainbow reacted. Immediately, he used the assassin class's strongest skill, Absolute Strike, transforming into a streak of shadow that assaulted Fire Dance. Unfortunately, by the time the black shadow pierced Fire Dance's body, Fire Dance had long since swapped positions with another of her doppelgangers. When Long Rainbow's body rematerialized and reappeared behind Fire Dance's doppelganger, Fire Dance swapped position with said doppelganger again. Holding the petrified thorn in a reverse grip, she spun and with centripetal acceleration, she executed a perfect backstab, shoving her blade into Long Rainbow's back. Dang! Vanish? Fire Dance realized what had happened after Petrified Thorn was forced to a stop before it could strike the other assassin. Long Rainbow began to disappear immediately. Her lips curling into a smile, Fire Dance stated, "Unfortunately, even this move can't save your life." A second after Long Rainbow had disappeared, Fire Dance raised the Petrified Thorn above her and slammed it into the dueling ring's floor. Petrification Domain. This was the epic ranked dagger's second skill. When activated, it dealt 500% weapon damage to enemies within 50 yards. Enemies hit would also suffer a 50% movement speed reduction for 10 seconds. In addition, the Petrification Domain increased Fire Dance's attributes and movement speed. Suddenly, with Fire Dance at the center, the ground began to turn stone gray, the affected area spreading outwards. In the blink of an eye, everything within 50 yards of Fire Dance turned stone gray. Meanwhile, Long Rainbow had been forcefully exposed. Although he had activated magic immunity and his berserk skill, his basic attributes higher than Fire Dance's by a large margin, he was not confident of defeating Fire Dance in a direct confrontation. After all, even Blood Sun, who was the stronger of the two, had died while facing the female assassin head-on. His chances of victory were even lower. The only way he could win this match now was to eliminate the cleric Violet Cloud first. Once his skill's cooldowns had completed, he could look for an opportunity to slay Fire Dance. However, that was no longer an option. Just as the 6 Fire Dances were about to reach Long Rainbow, the latter activated a skill that freed him from all control effects. Following which, he struck at the leading Fire Dance. Ha! Fire Dance did not bother resisting the attack, allowing Long Rainbow to strike as much as he wished. After Long Rainbow passed through Fire Dance's body unhindered, Fire Dance executed an eviscerate from behind the male assassin. However, 1,000 transformations had failed to hit Long Rainbow. The fragmented legendary weapon only struck the afterimage the assassin had left behind. Before anyone realized it, Long Rainbow appeared behind Fire Dance's true body, executing backstab. Long Rainbow had thought of this plan after Fire Dance had forced him out of stealth. He had deliberately exposed a weakness in his defense, launching a surprise counterattack while Fire Dance attempted to strike. Die! Long Rainbow shouted, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he thrust his blade. In the end, however, his dagger still passed through the woman without any resistance. He had failed. How? Long Rainbow's eyes widened. Meanwhile, as soon as Long Rainbow's black dagger left Fire Dance's body, the doppelganger spun and slashed at the assassin. The two were too close. Even if Long Rainbow had predicted the attack, the Fire Dance's attack speed was simply too high. Furthermore, he had not yet recovered his stance after his full-powered attack. He could not defend himself. The silver 1,000 transformations became a stream of light that shot Long Rainbow's heart. Immediately, a damage of minus 10,648 points appeared above Long Rainbow's head, devouring more than 2/3 of the assassin's HP. Ignoring the pain, Long Rainbow abandoned his defense as he tightened his grip on his dagger and stabbed at Fire Dance. As an expert, his pride no longer allowed him to care about winning or losing this match. Only one thought went through Long Rainbow's mind: he needed to damage Fire Dance at least once. Although his attacks had only struck illusions, the pain 1,000 transformations caused him was absolutely real. Hence, Long Rainbow was certain that the Fire Dance before him was the real deal. Yet, just as his dagger was about to strike Fire Dance, Long Rainbow felt another sting in his back. As Long Rainbow's HP dropped like a stone, he turned his head to take a look, discovering that the real Fire Dance had appeared behind him without his notice. Following which, Long Rainbow fell to the ground, bitterness filling his eyes. Despite his berserk skill, even until his death, he had not managed to touch the real Fire Dance. This was the first time since he had joined God's domain that anyone had toyed with him to such a degree. And he had been completely powerless against it. Silence dominated the spectators' stands. Compared to this battle, the previous battles had been a joke. The battle had only lasted several seconds, yet before anyone realized what was going on, the two great experts of the Glorious Lions battle team were dead. Although none of the audience members understood what had just happened, they had learned one thing from watching Fire Dance's battle. All attacks against Fire Dance were ineffective, while every one of her attacks was vicious. This fight had felt like a dream. Two great experts had died without offering the slightest resistance. Aside from their confusion, everyone among the audience admired and feared Fire Dance. The Glorious Lions' two great experts were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Even in the dark arena, their strength ranked at the top. Yet, even after these two great experts had activated their berserk skills, Fire Dance had defeated them without any berserk skill whatsoever. Berserk skills generally improved a player's combat power significantly. It should have been impossible for a player without a berserk skill to contend with a player with one active. Today, however, every player in the room had been given a living example to the contrary. This was no longer an issue of attributes. Both sides were simply on entirely different levels. Just who is this Fire Dance? The major powers in the audience grew quite curious about Fire Dance's identity. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.